Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to another episode of TCH Live. 10-25-50, no limit, Texas Hold'em. Coming to you live from Dallas, Texas. Texas Card House is the name, and it's Ben Kirby and Greg Potter with you for the next 4 hours. Greg P., welcome back, my friend. Good to see you.
What's up, man? Glad to be back. Glad to finally have these wisdom teeth out of my face and be back in the booth.
It's been a long time coming. I'm sure you feel like a new man.
A
little bit, you know, with maybe some residual effects. It's kind of a traumatic surgery.
I mean,
it's not exactly chill.
No, I mean, it's not as bad as it might seem on its surface, but it is kind of weird, like eating without teeth that you have had most of your life, because all 4 of my wisdom teeth came in.
Sheesh.
So like since I was like 16, I've had these teeth there that are no longer there, and it's
Now
kind
your
of a
entire
weird,
makeup is different.
very different.
In there.
Yeah.
We're playing a $250 4-card PLO flip is what it looks like, and this is the largest stake game we've got this week, and this should provide plenty of action tonight. We had a really good game last week. Greg P., you missed out, but we had...
Yeah, watch some of the highlights, man. It's Addy running a train over everyone on the table from what I saw.
Well, yeah, Addy did run really, really well, and also ran really well in the chat because people were gassing him up, maybe a little unnecessarily, but it looks like he enjoyed it.
Hey, it's fun, you know.
Speaking of the hero himself, Addy, he flops the joint and
just continues the saga of Mr. Addy.
We are playing 10-25-50, which is a huge poker game for most normal people out there, but these guys act like it's just another day in the playground, and it should be a fun one. Thank you to everybody tuning in tonight. Hope everybody had a Merry Christmas and is prepping for a fun New Year. Let me know what New Year's plans you got going, putting some meat on the smoker, maybe hitting the streets, having some bevies, let me know. Maybe I'll join you, until 9 p.m. From when
Dad's got a dad.
Dad's got a dad, 100%. And
funny.
Also, Dad's got to use the baby as an excuse to get out of social situations.
Yeah, that is also very true. I've seen Matt fold the 10-9 suited under the gun in a game like this. It's probably not a bad fold.
That's right. Phil, Jack-8 Diamonds is going to open limp to 50.
Hey, we got Bond
Wow,
back on
Bond.
the stream. What a throwback.
Haven't seen him in months and months and months.
Yeah, it's been a while. And looks like a new face there. Didn't catch his name in the big blinds. But first hand of the night, we're getting it heads up in a limp pot, 7-5-V. Jack-8 of Diamonds and Philly just flopping it, dude. And Bex is actually going to lead here. I think oftentimes this is a great lead, especially having a diamond blocker in your hand. You're going to have more diamond combos in the blinds than your opponent.
Bex is going to continue the story.
Yeah, ooh, overbets this turn. And I think Phil now has... I think he can go either way. Given that Bex overbet, that's a pretty narrow range.
Bex looks like he's interested. 8 of clubs on the end.
How about a flush and 2 pair?
How do you want it?
Bex is going to check, give up here, and Phil says, all right, let's go. Full pot.
1,100, and Bex can only raise or fold.
Yeah, and he's going to get out of the way. Took a shot, took a stab or 2, and was running right into it. Phil starting off nice and hot, flopping it, man. Flopping a flush.
Flopping a flush, good feeling in this game. Good start, but you got to make it for 4 hours. Fortunes can change in 5 minutes in this game. And Phil is very much aware of that. He's been a regular the past few weeks. Good to see him again. JD there under the gun, needs no introduction. Seat 3, I saw his initials are JC.
Yeah, Javier, I think, is what we were told.
Interested to see how he approaches this game tonight. It's always fun to see newcomers to the stream.
Of course.
I mean, one, the variety is great, and also it just adds an additional element to these guys that play hours and hours together. Phil,
bro.
Having somewhat of a poker start here with the 2 pointy boys. And you'll remember this guy, Phil, like 3 weeks ago, I think was just out and about in the main room and saw that there was a seat open on the stream and just hopped in the stream. And now he's been playing. He's going to raise and take it with the aces.
The old Ben Kirby walk.
The best kind of walk. Short and to the point. Shout out to everybody in the chat pros, the professionals. Appreciate all of you joining us and obviously subscribing to the channel, hitting that like button for us. Only if you enjoy the stream or if you want to do us a favor and help boost the algorithm for us. I see you, Skullbone and Scorps and Augustin and Captain Underpairs. JTN 1968, DFS Brat, what up? What up? Daniel Farid, good day all. Hope today's joke will be good. Merry Christmas. Let's see. Pez, I got a story for you, Pez. Stick with me here. It's a tournament story. Trying to replicate the Pez results and came up a smidge short, but I'll get into it later. Interested to see how Bond does. This man is a very, very good poker player.
Oh, yeah. Bond is top tier. He's up there. Played with him quite a lot myself. You don't want to get into big pots with this guy. Let me tell you, it's not the most comfortable feeling.
Captain Underpair said he woke up in the middle of his wisdom teeth surgery.
Yeah, no thanks, man. I remember there was a moment where I became like somewhat awake, but it was very, very. It felt like I was like 100 yards away from it, and I could feel them doing stuff, and I didn't really feel it, but I could tell they were,
that's wild,
touching my teeth and stuff. But yeah, he said, I mean, man, most of the time it's not like they just pull the tooth out; they have to like break it. Yeah.
That literally pains me just to think about.
What a noise. What a noise. As we see Matt can wake up with Big Slick here, and he's going to take it down. Where's JC? He made a good fold.
All right, so I was off of work yesterday and obviously had off Friday for Christmas Eve, all that kind of stuff. And I was able to sweet talk my way by way of chores and exquisite gifts to getting a free pass to play the morning turbo yesterday, $130 buy-in.
Nice.
And I haven't played tournaments since the WPT, and I haven't played no limit tournaments in years and years and years. Kevin Culp with a $4.99 super chat. How do I get on stream? No replies to my emails. There's a link in the description for you to sign up through our Google form. And that's the best way to get on stream.
Yeah, we used to go primarily through the email. That started to bog down our super producer Cooper's time and email account. So we created that Google Doc that you then fill out, and that'll be the best way to get onto the stream. We'll get back to that in a minute, though. Bond opened up the Kojak. JC's in there with the 9-6, and Matt's going to put in the 3-bet on the button, and is going to get 2 folds instant money
Jack
from
of
Mr.
spades.
Matt.
Nice. JTN 1968 with a full $20 super chat. Fish alert. I'll be back in town 7 through 13 Feb. Maybe I could terrorize everyone I didn't see last time. LOL. Come on through, JTN. The water's always fine.
Happy to have you back, sir, as always.
So back to my exquisite tournament story. So I hop in the 130 daily or whatever morning turbo, get in for 1 bullet, dust that off real quick. Nice donation to the field. Get in for a 2nd bullet. There's 68 entries by the end of registration, and the blinds go up really, really quick. I mean, I told you this before stream, but played really well. Basically push folding my entire way because after the first 5 levels, you basically just push fold unless you're running amazing.
Yep, pretty much.
And battled my way to 10th place and was the recipient of the 10th place final table bubble charity and won my bullet back. 2K up top for first, and I left with basically a 50% rebate. So if anybody else has some tournament tips for turbos out there, I'm all ears. Because it's pretty fun, really good price point. And, if you run well in a $130 tournament, you can win $2,000.
Oh, my God. We got a hand here.
JC
Oh, my
flopping the
God.
joint.
We have seen 2 flop flushes.
With suited jacks.
Both jack high, yeah. And kind of surprised we didn't see JD 3-bet the ace-queen, both for value and isolation versus JC. But he is getting a bit cooled off here. with JC flopping it on him. And how about that card?
And that
How
card
about
saves JD.
so much money, so much money. Yeah, JC actually going to check here, giving JD an opportunity either to bluff or check it back. He's got a lot of showdown. How about a 7? How about a brick?
Jack of clubs. Second nuts, pretty good.
I actually like the check here with the jack high. You might get called a little lighter if you go for the old stop and go by something like exactly what JD has here. And it's not much you can get value from other than the 10 high flush, of which is pretty unlikely considering you hold both the jack and the 9. And he is going to get the extra value from Mr. J. Diggles. Pays it off and takes it down. Good check there on the turn, JC.
Got a little extra val. $1,300 pot to JC. Welcome to the game. JC acting like he's been here before.
Yeah, a little bit. You know, maybe I get the vibe that this might not be his
Generally,
first
recreational
rodeo.
players aren't stepping into this game first go.
No, no.
So,
They're like, I got, $5K to gamble with these crushers, That's,
one buy-in.
yeah.
What a boss. Sitting down with some of the best players in town, I would say, or at least a few of these guys I would classify as some of the best players in town.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no. You got some of the best players,
This is not a
cash
soft
game
game.
players in the state at this table.
It would be awesome to have the those Austin regs come up here and
Yeah.
battle it out.
Get some Pierre and some coins, some bones. Any of those guys?
Big Daddy Chaz,
Chaz,
Poker
boy.
Traveler, maybe. E's been up here.
He's been up here once. We're going to see Addy raise up 6-4 clubs in the big blind. You could raise or fold this hand. Or, excuse me, raise or limp this hand is what I meant. And he does go for the raise and immediately folds to the 3-bet. That's a good fold there. And Travis getting the minimum with old Big Slick of Diamonds.
All right, let's play a big one.
I want to play a big one. I mean, we're 11 minutes in. It's about damn time
I know.
that we play a big pots.
We've seen plenty of suited aces, plenty of flop flushes. Let's go.
Let's go. Let's go. Flush over flush.
Let's have one
Not
for
asking a lot.
let's have one for Javier.
Yeah.
I'm not saying one side or the other. I'm saying let's just have him involved in
Just
one of
get
these big pots and get a full taste of the.
Yeah, I was about to say, get him really introduced to poker at TCH Live. Coming to you from Dallas, Texas.
D-Town Boogie. Pez says a Dallas versus Austin high stakes would be sicko mode.
Yeah, it sure would be.
100%. JD open folds the suited diaper. Jason with the pocket fives and the cutoff.
Doesn't he know the diaper makes deep runs?
In late position, too.
In the main events. Here we go. Here we go, Bond.
This is a clash right here. Bond versus Jason. Two very different styles of poker.
Ace Jack here. Probably going to go check. Though Jason could put out some defense here for the 5s to deny equity to a lot of 10 high, queen high hands.
1/3 pot. Bond probably going to call, given how cheap it is. And a lot less likely that Jason has an ace. 7 of hearts on the turn. Jason's going to have to really tell a story to get this through. If it checks,
Yeah, check for sure. Given that Bond called the flop, not many draws available. And 8 on the end. Bond still at the best of it. You can go either way here between a check and a small bet for value. Got to wonder what exactly he's going to call you that's worse. Jack 10's kind of your only real target. Or maybe something like 10s or 9s. Jason does have a little worse. There it is, 125, love it. And super tempting, but Jason does lay down good fold. Not much he beats for sure. No more value to be had in that hand, but Bond takes out his first pot of the night.
first pot of the night. VPIP stats, these will become more significant as the night goes on. This is, as many of you know, a measurement how often each player voluntarily puts money in le pot, whether it be calling, betting, raising, all that good stuff. And generally for viewership's sake, we like those VPIPs to be higher, because that usually means people are putting more money in the pot more often. Oftentimes, if you've got a table full of grinders, they'll be at like everybody will be at 15 to 20% VPIP. I mean, we've seen guys on the opposite end of the spectrum, like average 70% VPIP, which are usually the more fun streams.
Some comments in the chats. JTN says he got to play with some of the Next Gen boys who we've been doing some content creation with. They now have the podcast of their own. Those guys have had an absolutely monumental increase on their YouTube channel. Have you seen this? In like 4 months, they went from like 30,000 subscribers to above. They just hit 100,000.
Wow.
Which is absolutely like Herculean. Like that's
Some algorithm
ridiculous.
love? Did they change some content? I mean, I know they've been doing the podcast with us. That's really cool and hard to do. I mean, 100,000 subs is no small feat.
No, not at all. We do have some hands here. Jack 10, clubs, Queen 10, both with a Broadway draw and backdoors. 7 of clubs. Jack 10 takes
Phil.
a little bit.
Phil and Addy with open enders.
Oh, man. Wow, everybody's got you get a straight draw. You get a straight draw. Everyone gets a straight draw. And I'm sure that 8s are probably just trying to make their way to a showdown. Probably just going to go calls all the way around unless someone wants to get spicy.
Travis, formerly known as SMU Travis. I like this guy.
That's right. I was like, where is he from?
I'm biased because fellow pony, but this guy last time.
Oh, he was in there, man.
He was in there, and he had cash to back it up.
He sure did, and game as well. I remember the hand him v. Bex where he just ripped it with this crazy draw. And played it well, but did not get there. And how about a brick on the end?
Addy.
Oh, dude, not a brick.
The hero himself.
Brick. God. And Phil's betting right into him, man. You got the sneakiest backdoor straight in the world.
He's got the nuts.
He's got the nuts.
Addy, what a gift.
What a gift, man. Pop it for us, Addy. Make it big.
He can't be called
Big
by
boy.
anything, but
Not in this case, but there might be some 2 pairs out there. I'm betting, yeah, there it is. 2K. Pop it, buddy. Make it huge. Oh, we own the 1.5. What do I know?
1.5K, $1,500.
Yeah, someone said they can't wait to get over here from England. Long flight. Yeah, we've had a lot of people, a lot of Brit boys make their way over. Try and get out if you can. And Addy's going to take that one down, man.
$3,300 pot headed over to Addy, who has plenty of fans in the chat, usually. Martin from Hereford, just south of Birmingham.
Birmingham.
The only reason I know about Birmingham is from Peaky Blinders, which is
Yeah, I was about to say
very
Peaky
ignorant of
Blinders.
me, but
Yeah.
it's a very entertaining show.
It's a good show.
Birmingham.
Earlier seasons were definitely better than the later ones,
Yeah.
in my opinion.
Absolutely.
But that's almost inevitable with many shows.
I mean, who's the actor, the main actor?
I don't know.
I can't remember his name, but he does a really freaking good job.
Great actor. Seriously. It's a good job. And we do have a straddle on in this hand. We're playing 10, 25, 50, 100 now. And some stacks to match it.
Producer Tyler says he's lived in Liverpool, Manchester, and Wales. That's pretty cool.
Now? Didn't know that. Sweet.
You're military, Brat? You just like the vibes over there? What'd you say? Oh, okay.
Cool. Did not know that.
Did not know that either. We learn something new every day here in the booth, our tiny little TCH live booth.
Yeah, the closet at the back of the room.
That's right. Doug R says Addy doesn't need to wear a watch. He simply decides what time it is. Moises with a nice poll question. Who sucks out more, Addy or JD?
I think it's still JD. I don't think that's a question yet.
Running well above expectation in terms of sucking out, running good.
Yeah, he just flops all the sets, man. I remember that was the piece of advice he gave me when I first got on the stream. He's like, all you gotta do is just flop a lot of sets. Thanks, man.
And the dealer, is that Bryce?
That is Bryce.
He was running
Man.
the tournament yesterday.
Yes.
Saw my monumental run to 10th place out of 68 runners. He can confirm. Really put on a clinic, 4 big blind clinic. JC wearing a leisure suit? I mean, He brought his own vibe. He's got a big old collar there.
Ooh, here we go.
So JD 3-bet to 1,000 with the Q10 of clubs.
Yeah, I like this 3-bets. Take all that dead money down. Bex made it big, but that doesn't matter when you get 3-bet bigger in our super short stack. Honestly, a jam here with the ace-4 offsuit would have just been pretty sick, given the SPR was already so low, and JD's gonna have a lot of junk there. But I certainly don't blame the fold with the ace-4 offsuits.
Thank you for the love, Pez. I would love to hear your strategy for these freaking turbos, man, because you get so handicapped by the blinds if you're not running pure and building chips. Like if you have any kind of, you just can't afford a cold deck for 15 minutes.
Yeah,
like once the blinds get high enough, when you're, especially when the big blind comes and you're playing big blind and the table ante, it just gets so expensive. And can confirm that the competition wasn't exactly
Top notch.
top notch. I wasn't exactly concerned about the competition. I was more concerned about the variance.
Ooh, here we go. Bond waking up with first. Oh wait, no, we saw aces. That's right. Second premium of the night.
Hey, kings are a nice little premium.
Kings are a nice premium, and Travis limped in with the 8s. I like the limp here with an aggressive player behind. You don't want to get 3-bet off this hand, and people are going to be doing a lot of 3-betting from the cutoff so that they price out the blinds. Does concede cheap flop. Does not get the flop he wants, though.
Jack 10 deuce, 2 diamonds. 8s are in a weird spot now.
Checks it over to Bond.
Bond probably feels pretty okay protecting
Oh, yeah.
the kings. Put another bet out there.
For sure, and I like the big bets. This board is going to connect pretty often with Travis's range. A lot of Jack X, going to be able to call him, and some 8s, why not? And a lot of draws available as well. And how about a brick? 1-3. Checks it over to Bondy Boy again, who I think...
3 clubs is a very, very blank.
Yep, gotta go for more value. Nothing really changes on this card.
Now, do you go full or over pot to charge flush draws the most and top pairs the most?
I think you could, this is definitely a spot you could overbet, especially if you're trying to set up a jam by the river. Yeah, like say Bond like popped it to like 2K here. That sets it up pretty well for him to shove pot on the river. But this bet size is also perfectly reasonable as well. There's plenty of hands that you still don't want to fold, and you might wake them up, per se, if you do an overbets. Travis, though.
He probably doesn't feel... It feels weak to just fold on a turn bet here, but also it's like 8s are in such a weird spot. I mean, what are you beating other than king, queen, ace, king?
Fold. Good fold. I mean, yeah, it's the one thing that's bad about 8s exactly is you do block 9-8, which you double block 9-8. So you're blocking a fairly large portion of your opponent's bluffing range there, and just removes a lot of combos that you are beating. And there's not much that you do beat the double barrels there. King, queen can still go for the double or even ace, king, but yeah, maybe not ace, king. It's got a lot of showdown. Yeah, I think 8s is just too down in the bottom part of the range to stack off with. Jack Kenoff says, are these guys professionals? I think some of them might be, though most of them are just recreational players with some deep pockets and some gamble in them.
I think they might have gotten us with his name.
Say what now?
His name's Jack Kinov. Unless that's his real name. I think if you say it fast enough, it ends up being a thing.
Yeah.
Which I don't trust many people on YouTube.
No, I don't trust many people on the internet.
I generally
in general.
think they're trying to get us.
Ooh, that was a good fold there from Phil, the ace-queen offsuits. Matt put in the tray bets with the 2 ladies.
Have we seen Matt before? I can't
I
recognize
don't
him
think
with
so.
the mask.
He looks a lot like Carlos out on the out on the floor.
Here's a
Oh,
flop.
here's a flop, baby.
Bex flops a king high flush draw with an over, 2 overs technically, and Matt's got queens.
There we go. Matt with 2 ladies. You know, normally I wouldn't be all about raising something like a flush draw king high here, though this board is actually pretty phenomenal for the imposition caller. And now Matt is going to snap check when he sees this ace, and Beck's going to take a stab at it, as he should. Can't win with king high very often. And it wouldn't even be that unreasonable for Matt to have still barreled this card. It does change a lot of top pairs, but there's also still a ton of draws here. And overall, this card is usually better for him, as a lot of his flop C-bets are now turning a pair. But he is going to let it go, and Beck's immediately taking it down.
Stole one.
Stole it away from Mr. Matt with the ladies.
A nice bluff card on the turn, and Bex took advantage.
Sure.
It's a nice pot, 7,000, 7,200. Yeah, it sucks to have the queens there and see an ace 4-liner come in. I mean, you can't expect Bex to have a ton of 4s, but I guess he's technically got more of the 4s in his range, facing a small blind 3-better.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, he also has a lot of just straight up flop straights. He's going to call in position with a lot of ace 4 in general. So
Chocolates over, so I was like, all right, we're going to see what happens with chocolates. And it just skyrocketed up. No, I don't have any diabetes. I just want to see what affects me, what doesn't affect me.
Basically, there's little things like if you eat your eggs before you toast.
I was on the international board of directors.
You know all that. Yeah, you know all
I know all about it.
You should know Bex
Yeah, it's like, I mean,
mentioned.
because of that.
He mentioned he was on some kind of board of directors. Imagine he's done pretty well for himself.
I would say so. Just like JD's trying to do well for himself. 3-betting when Matt is completely dominated here, though I don't think he can fold to a small blind 3-bet, especially from JD. And we're taking this heads up, and what a flop.
So double gutter for Matt. Gutter for JD.
no, because yeah, I don't have an actual need for it. But I guess someone could argue everyone has a need for it.
What did you get, the mini-med?
The what?
Which one did you get, mini-med or what?
This was NutriSense.
Ooh, JD's going to barrel here, and Matt's raising it up as he should in this spot's open-ended with backdoor spades. 10 high, no good.
Just to see, some
Oh, and JD,
like,
dude, JD.
JD is no
in it,
punk
man.
and does not want to get pushed around. He feels a 6 coming, but a 6 is no good for him. King of hearts on the turn.
Tell me what can raise a natural truth
This is actually a deceptively good card for Matt to continue on, and he is going to do just that. JD's already in the muck, getting it done, dude. Insta profit, $1,000.
Nice.
$2.1
$5,300 pot.
thousand, excuse me.
This guy, Matt,
Got game.
he's got game, and I'm curious to see if we know him or not from previous streams.
Very interested.
Yeah, I mean, he bought in for what, 10,000?
Yeah, 10K or so.
Yeah.
That's the easiest. And fats usually can affect you if you have a lot of fats, like 10 hours late.
Yeah.
Kind of interesting. So you may want to watch that. Like
Yeah.
it's a delay if you have high amount of fats without.
Some pork ribs at
Yeah.
4 p.m.
Sorry, I missed the what company?
NutriSense? Yeah, I don't know. It's just, I mean, there's a little bit of.
Just curious to know what they were talking about.
Yeah, me too.
Over to, Bex folds the suited diaper.
Dude, suited diapers getting no respect in this game.
Jason's in the small blind with king 4 of spades.
No straddle on, raises it up, and Addy, man. Addy's probably just going to flop straight here. You know, from the way he's been running. Oh, does flop the best, or no, he does not, excuse me. Jason does have a 4 here. Going to go for value.
I didn't get
and
anyone
protection.
by anyone. There was,
Eddie's
some
very reasonable
questionnaire
call as well.
filled out.
Tell them that's something.
Brick.
Brick on the turn. Let's see if Jason keeps betting.
One thing that was really interesting was I worked out fasted. I did weightlifting fasted, and like I was even, and then it just shot up. And then,
Jason
like,
continuing to
yeah,
go for more
so
value, and
then it
Addy
was,
continuing to call.
some point,
I like Jason's decision to still bet here on the turn. Some people might check,
hormone,
give your opponent a free card. Once this queen peels off, it's pretty reasonable to check,
it's just like a
maybe
quick
with the
spike.
intention of check calling. Probably going to go check though. Addy has quite a bit of showdown. Check indeed. King. Kicker is good. Addy almost thought he had the best of it. Shows the 4 and the offsuit 8s.
And we now know that
He
Addy
bleeds.
is mortal.
He bleeds.
He bleeds indeed.
Oh my God.
Nice hand of Jason making lemonade out of the king for us. Spades. All right, so we've got 517 people watching in real time while we commentate our high stakes, no limit hold'em game live from Dallas, Texas. What I need from all of you is to hit that thumb pointing up. Can we get to 150 by the top of the hour? We have 30 minutes to get about 90 likes. We've done it before. I believe in all of you. Hit that like button for us. Let's run it up to the moon. Appreciate everybody joining us on the stream tonight. It's been K. Greg P. with you until 10 p.m. Central Time tonight. We are on a 15-minute delay, but this is about as live as it gets in live stream poker.
Yes, it does.
JC's got a tempting Jack 10 of spades under the gun +1.
Squire in the chat says Ben and Greg should have their own video game franchise like Madden did. Dude, give it up, man. Let's go.
I mean, that would be awesome.
Long, I was like, oh.
A commentating video game where you have to sit in this tiny booth for 4 hours and
Feel it at all. Like, it was,
deal with haters and YouTube comments
And the trolls and
deal with payroll, clocking in and out,
great. The real life sim.
monitoring YouTube, and making misinformed takes on poker hands. As we see Jack 10 go right up with ace queen of Bex.
Ooh, and spikes it.
Top for Bex, inside straight draw for JC. If it's cheap enough, JC might come along to see one more card.
That's unreasonable. Got a gutter. And
9, perfect.
Dude.
Wow.
Bink. Bink City.
This feels good anytime this happens. When
Sure
you
does.
call out of position and hit your miracle 4-outer
Man,
for the Nutter Butters.
no kidding. And
Badoogie board, no other
yes.
redraws.
that's what's awesome about it. I think this is about as good as a spot as it gets to put in the check raise here. He is just going to put in the flat call. The board is pretty dry.
I mean, if he raises, he probably gets a call.
I think that's where I think a lot of the value from it comes from. The board is super duper dry. Beck's putting out the double barrel here. It's going to have some air, but he also has a lot of top pairs. And there it is. Oh, the old, should I call? No, I'm just going to
No, I
raise.
think I'll raise it.
I think I'll raise it up. I think I'm going to put more money in.
1,700, almost 3x.
Yeah, great size. Wouldn't even be unreasonable to go smaller, given the stacked pot ratio, to set up a river jam. As, I don't know, this size is still perfectly fine.
yeah, well, I can scan
So we've got a pot developing, 4,300 in there. JC's got less than a pot size bet, and a queen.
And how about
All
just,
right.
How about just
Guaranteeing
card.
that JC gets paid.
JC gets paid all day here.
Although, I mean, for a second, maybe JC's like, okay, maybe he boated up, but if so
Yeah,
be it. I mean,
I think you just have to, you pay it. If he boated, fine. But boats are unlikely.
don't you dare put anything less than all of it.
Yeah, it's got to be all of it, bud.
You can keep the white chips back, but that's it.
It's the only ones. Pot is 3/4, or your stack is 3/4 of the pot.
I like the time he's taking here
Yeah.
because it looks like maybe he is thinking about him getting sucked out on or something. And in turn, this is going to get him for
There
sure.
it
I mean, we know
is.
he's going to get for sure paid.
There it is, all in, and Bex. Oh, man. Hey, the fact that he hasn't snapped is kudos to the man, for real, because this queen, though it did improve your hand, your opponent is repping nuts. Like, he's
Right.
repping a set or a straight, of which that card does not help you against. The relative strength of your hand stays the exact same, even though it did ladder up here, as JC's probably not going to take a check raise jam line with just a naked queen like king queen.
6-7 got there. Jack 10 got there.
Oh, did we get new symbols here?
Yeah,
for
I
the
was just
time?
noticing that. I was like, oh, this
Didn't even
is that the
see
Illuminati? Is that what that
Yeah,
is?
it's on the way.
And Bex has got trips with an ace. Like,
There it is. Puts in the call. Oh, man. It shows it just the nuts on the turn. And Bex saying you got the one card that probably gets you paid, man. That's disgusting. Shows the AQ. It is no good.
$11,000 pot. And what do you know?
Welcome, JC.
JC,
What do you know?
new to the game, newly acquired chips. We've got a poker game now, folks. You know, the deck helped us out here with the Miracle Turn and then the Cooler River.
No kidding. Yep, JD even said it. Perfect card. Not wrong. Real quick, thanks for the sub, Noe Volk. Hope I said your name correctly. I try. Often fail. And JC, man, once again, welcome to the stream. And Ben Kirby put out a little prophecy earlier.
That's
it
right.
did, in fact, happen, and it slid his way. So
People always think
Nice
we wish
hand, buddy.
pain on people, so I'm trying to be more neutral. I don't wish pain. I just wish for large pots for the people.
I mean,
I want to entertain you.
Unfortunately, large pots typically equal pain
For one
for
party.
one person or another. So it is unfortunate.
Yeah, that's the pain train for sure.
It's a pain train is exactly what that is.
Yeah, the turn check raise set him up to be able to have a nice little under pot size jam on the river.
Yeah, man. If and there's really there's not many bluffs there. There's almost no bluffs there. The only real hand that is a good bluff in that spot is 10-9. Like, that's it. 10-9 or 10-8 because you block.
else has to be a value.
Yeah, it's like you block sets and you block straights. It's pretty much the one hand you can turn into a bluff. But other than that, man, he's just got so many more combos of nutted hands, sets, and straights that not much you can do, man. JC put it in on the flop with a gutty and some backdoors and got the max. Seeing a three-way pot here now.
Okay.
And okay. All right. How about this
Well,
flop?
JD and Phil have.
Whoa, checks all the way around. Very interesting. JC can't run good forever. And JD and Phil probably gonna chippy Chaparooski.
$350 over to Phil, who's been running pretty good so far tonight. He looks like he wants to maybe bump it up a bit.
Thinking about it. Thinking about it for sure. I don't think he has enough in his hand to raise yet. It's gonna be at least 700. There it is. Puts in the raise to 1,000. JD. Probably not going anywhere.
I sure hope not.
Yeah, this line is a little strange considering that Phil did check the flop. Probably putting JD in a bit of a blender, for sure. Though, who was the aggressor pre? I guess it was JD. So, yeah, it's pretty hard to give Phil kings here. Might have ace-jack. Ace-jack probably benefits a lot from betting the flop, though. Oh, and JD puts in the tray bet. Saying, what you got over there, Philly?
So, you know, we could have a $19,000, $20,000 pot, but it's going to be
Snap call, too. It's basically a snap call.
choppy.
Chippy chopper.
9 on the end.
Not the greatest card for JD. A lot of Phil's bluffs, bluff raises on the turn are going to connect with this 9. A lot of queen 10 in there. Some club draws. I think JD could probably put out a blocker bet here. That's exactly what he's going to do.
Why do you do this?
There's still plenty of hands you can get value from, and if you get raised, I think you actually have a pretty easy fold.
This is like kind of a
Queen
slow
jack.
roll.
Yeah, a little bit. Shows it. Got him. Chop it up, everybody.
Not the worst kind of slow roll considering you're chopping, but it's also like, why are you still putting money out there? $130 to each.
Yeah, that blocker bet, I like JD's small size there.
What does that accomplish for you?
I mean, the main hand you're targeting for value is Jack 10, which probably isn't going to call like a super massive bet. And if you do get raised, that range is literally straights and boats. So you're not risking a lot whenever you do get raised. So it's like your value targets are relatively thin, and
Definitely not a good feeling when you see them count it out.
you risk less whenever you do run into big hands like that. So, like, Phil easily could have checked back King Jack. Like, King Jack is probably the one of the more obvious checkbacks on the flop, and then raise turn. So,
Interesting. As JD adds on another like 5,000 or so. Yeah, reaching into the bag. Phil limps the cutoff, 9-8 of spades. Travis completes King 7 of hearts and Bond. Might choose to squeeze with the Q9 of diamonds, and he does, raising it to 300. And JC got the AK, boy. Just calls. This is a spot that could get you in kind of a predicament. Pricing in Phil with the Ace-King killer, and now Travis.
the Ace-King killer.
950 in this pot.
Yeah, we got
three
four.
ways.
Well, we got 4 people in there. I think the graphics are going to have to do some catching up.
Oh, yeah, Ace-King's still in there.
Yep.
So
Nobody's got anything.
no pair is still good. No draws either. I mean, it's
None.
like
It's-
everything's a backdoor.
Yep, this is exactly why betting dry board textures is good, as Bond is going to continue to do with the Queen 9 of diamonds. He's got a lot of turn cards.
I'm assuming Javier folded. No, he calls.
Nice. Yeah,
Excuse
he's in
me.
there with the Ace-King, which I like the call. I think that's what he's got. Yeah, Ace-King, right?
Correct.
Yeah. And Brickarooski.
It's like a 3 of spades on the turn.
Yeah, and this is actually, most of the time, bottom card pairing isn't scary for you, but the other thing is that you also have like no fold equity on this card, and Bond picked up not much, but he is going to go for a slight overbet, as he's basically now forcing Javier to wake up with a pair or get out of the pots.
This is pure aggression poker right here. I like this. This is like circa Doyle Brunson,
And it
1985.
gets the job done, man.
Bond just flexing on him a bit.
Yeah, a
just
little
saying,
bit.
look, I'm going to overbet as a bluff. I'm telling you I'm bluffing, but you can't afford this, bro. Get out of my pot.
I know you can't. You have lots of air here. Yeah, given the board is so dry, you also, Javier could have a lot of 8s, 7s, 9s, a 6 that are probably going to fold to a double barrel.
Nice heart from Bond there.
Yes.
I mean, just a pure bluff.
For sure.
Charlie C. asked, Greg, where does all your poker knowledge come from, other than your co-host? Other than your genius
Yes,
co-host,
my
Poker
tournament
Mind.
crushing
That's right.
co-host.
I'm 2 for 2 in cashing in tournaments, my
Hey,
people.
better than me, man, all right? So kudos to you. To answer your question, Charlie, I've been playing since I was about 20 and grinded my way up to higher stakes poker. I did a lot of studying in those earlier years simply because I didn't have additional income to risk at a poker table, where that's pretty much like all I did for like 2 or 3 years was only study and consume poker content. And then finally really got into it. I didn't really become a professional until the beginning of this year. Or this, yeah, I guess I can still say this year. Back in like February is when I started playing a lot more closer to full time. And I've taken personal coaching. I've been subscribed to coaching websites. I'm even slightly debating doing some of my own coaching as well. Yeah, that's about it. Read a lot of books. Read a lot of stuff online. Watched a lot of YouTube from people that know what they're doing even more than me. So
You should do some coaching, man. I think
yeah, I've thought about it. I mean, I'm not like, I don't think I can be qualified as like an elite player or anything like that, and I probably can't charge as much as a lot of other big names, but I think I still have value to give to people.
sure.
Some lower stakes players and maybe some people just starting out in the game.
One thing that's helped, like I've never had a coach, but having somebody, I have a very close friend that is very studied in the game, and just
Yeah.
being able to talk over hands
He's scary, man.
is it like 4x'd my game. Just
yeah,
in
I'm
terms
sure.
of how I viewed everything, my results skyrocketed, which sounds a little like I'm exaggerating a bit, but they really did, because like, here are all these leaks that I didn't even know were leaks. I thought I'm this
Yep.
freaking elite low stakes player, when in fact I'm just like phoning it in most sessions. And so like, even if you don't have the freaking 10 bracelets and 1.2 million in cash winnings, I think there's still value you could add to people that don't know what they're doing,
Oh, absolutely.
or
That-
even like just to be a person to talk hands over. That's like value worth paying for, I think.
Oh, for sure. And I think I saw the most improvement in my game personally this year when I started to do one-on-one coaching. My coach is Andrew Brokus, the guy from Thinking Poker, and he's a little spency, but he's definitely worth it for sure.
I mean, if you're implementing it right, it pays for itself.
Yeah, it's like you can, most poker coaches charge anywhere from like 150 to like up to like $200 an hour. So if I started coaching, I wouldn't charge anywhere near that much. I'd probably charge like 50 or something.
As,
for an
Bex
hour.
is about to charge the entire table
Bex
with
is
the
charging this table.
American Airlines of the red variety.
Yeah, it doesn't go too big. 1,000 to go, and Bond on the button. Ace-5 says nope. He hit Bryce right in the face with those cards.
He literally hit him in the
Yeah,
face.
literally hit him in the face. That's funny. Bond got a little fancy with his fold there, but
Slice on that one.
yeah, that's pretty great. Miss a sub.
He literally did. He literally
Oh,
did.
he
hit him in
literally
the
got him
face.
right in the face,
That's
man.
so
Yeah.
funny.
I think that's the first instance of that we've had is
Yeah.
someone getting
Make sure
a
the
face full
workers'
of
comp
cards.
claim gets filed.
Yeah, better check your insurance there, Bryce. Real quick, we missed a sub. Thanks for the sub, Supo Neubensuk. God, I'm
Nice,
sure
great job.
I'm sure I butchered that. I'm sure it's not even
Great
close.
job.
Tried, man.
I think there's people out there that want to go up in stakes, and I think they're willing to pay a premium to basically say that they've done everything, to try to say, look, I've gotten a coach, I've studied solvers, like I'm trying to play this seriously. Like if you're serious about doing this as a profession, $200 an hour sucks to pay.
It's
But
not great. I've spent.
it should be a temporary thing, or at least one of those things where you maybe have an intensive on the front end and then have some like maintenance once a month or something.
Yeah.
Once you start winning.
Thanks a lot, Jake.
And yeah, actually, really, any coaching of any kind, not just in poker, personal coaching like for sports or anything like that, it's usually kind of the price that ends up averaging about to is anywhere from 100 to 200 an hour, depending on.
Yeah, especially for like therapy and stuff too, like counseling.
Exactly. It's
It's usually like 150 an hour.
if you want information from people that are successful, they're not probably
Give it to you for free.
Yeah, so they don't exactly have a lot of incentive to make it incredibly cheap for you.
So Addy bets 600 here with the 5s on the king of spades turn, and JC with second pair and a 9.
Yeah, actually, facing this bet, JC's probably not loving it with the jack. The king doesn't change too much on the turn, though. I mean, JC could still have like some king queen of clubs backdoor floats, something like that. But he is still going for it here with the 5s.
Yeah, Pez says the ROI from coaching and studying is significant at the beginning. Yeah, because like when you just learn the game, playing it with your idiot college friends, you have no idea the like bad habits you're developing, and JC just open folds the jack.
Folds the jack, man. Yeah, that's the real thing, is that you can. Poker is such a difficult game to really know if the decisions you're making are like plus EV, and EV means expected value. For those of you who don't know, like plus, you don't know if that decision is really making you money, because like there is a RNG element to poker, right? So you may have made several mistakes that ended up winning you $1,000,
Yep.
but you don't even know, because now you're just looking at the fact that you won $1,000. It's really hard to self-correct in those situations with no outside. What's the word I'm looking for? Like checks, with nobody saying like, hey, maybe you could do this, and this different, or maybe, hey, that even though it worked out this time, probably not the way you should have done this in this hand. Like, it's really hard to self-evaluate.
Yeah, poker's one of those things that you play for so many hours that there's like a muscle memory to a lot of the things that you do, and you don't know why. Or I could just speak for me, but I don't know why I do certain things or why I did certain things until like explaining it out loud, and they're like, "Dude, why would you do that? What are you achieving
exactly
by betting, or a whole host of different things?" And it's good to have somebody that's like, "Dude, you're an idiot." Respectfully.
Dude, you're an idiot. Respectfully, but you're an idiot.
That'll be $200.
Well, at least you get to double team them.
Derek King in the chat says, we beat the rig without you, Greg. Yeah, sorry. Had work to do, Derek.
Oh, Derek. He was my first dealer at the tournament yesterday. He can attest to I guess he saw me dust off my first bullet, but Derek, I got 10th, man. So, put respect where it's due, and Matt flops middle set.
Puts in a check here. I actually really like the check here, because your opponents, when they limp, are honestly not going to have that many ace-X in their hands, and you could very easily like check with queens, and now JC has a hand that's probably going to pay him off that wouldn't have otherwise. But good lord, that's an awful run out for a set. Yeah, checks. I'm not surprised, given that exact run out, that it checked all the way around. Maybe a small bet on the turn could have gotten some value from JC.
So Matt's another kind of newer player to the stream, showing that he's got all the tricks up his sleeve. He'll check top set or middle set all the way to the end. Fully balanced.
Yes. Hey man. So you gotta check some sets every now and again, especially in a limp when your opponent's limped pre-flop. Shane White says, where are these $100 and $200 an hour coaches? Don't most start at $300 an hour? Yeah, some people probably do, but if you look around in the coaching biz, there are some people that maybe aren't as big of names as someone else. They charge $150, $200 an hour, and a lot of times you can like buy packages. You don't have to just pay per session, but if you drop like $1,000 at one time, you might get a little more bang for your buck.
Right.
I know I did a little bit with Andrew, so.
No prep either. Like, it's like the next day. Right? Like this, like hypothetical bet. Right? I'm just gonna call the guy. He's gonna come over tomorrow. No prep. Just like.
Yeah, that was a horrific run out for middle set. Bex raising the 300 K9 off. Matt calls, Addy calls. 3 ways to a flop. And here is an action flop. Top pair and jack high flush draw for Addy. And Bex just with king high, and Matt with bottom pair. On the coordinated board, he's going to try to thin the field, at least betting 400. Addy has just like the most check raisable hand since Nam. But he also has all the options in front of him. And he's gonna, looks like he's going to make it big, but not. What did he do? Raise it to 11.
Raise it up.
Almost 3x.
Kind of surprised to see the raise here from Addy. His hand's got a lot of showdown. And I think the only hands that call you are really better, but he does get the fold from the 4s. and he's going to take down the pots multi-way.
I guess I just see that on the stream a lot is when guys have massive draws, but they're pretty quick to check raise just to take it down.
Yes, yes. I mean, Addy did have a top pair, though, as well, is really
Right.
the main difference.
That's true. So he's got basically all the board.
Yeah, he's got a lot of the board locked up, and I mean, your hand doesn't really benefit too much from folds. A lot of the hands, like I said, if you raise it up there, a lot of hands that call you are just dominating you, and you kind of want to keep in your opponent's bluffs a little bit. But he did raise it up and drag the pot, and you know what? Sometimes that's all that matters.
Betting on it or just for fun?
For us, it was just for fun, but there was going to be a lot of side bets going on.
Swasley YT says, who's the big winner so far? I think that's going to be the newcomer, Javier, right now. He's up like 5K. Stacked off
Full double.
Bex. Was on the right end of it.
And he's going to defend his third blind with Queen Jack versus Bex King 10 opening the hijack. A10 3. Broadway draw for Addy. Second pair for Bex.
Hybrid, MMA bots. They're just
I'm going to go check back call here. Addy's pair outs could still very likely be good in this case, and in fact they are. He's also got Gutter to the Nutter. Brick City.
Bring on the turn for like the third or fourth time tonight. Back over the Bex. Maybe trying to see a cheap showdown.
Yeah.
5 on the end.
Yeah, it actually wouldn't be too unreasonable for Bex to bet there for value. He's got the best 10 that isn't 2-pair, and a lot of 10s are probably still going to call on that turn card. But given that he checked back, he now opens the door for Addy to run a bluff ski.
I don't see Bex folding here.
I don't see Bex folding
He
either.
feels like he would have heard from Addy if he had an ace or anything. 5 of diamonds feels like a relatively safe river card.
Yeah, I think you pay the ace here if they got it, and does put in the call. Addy shows queen high, no good.
$2,300 headed over to Bex.
Doug Art says Addy can speak Braille.
800 of you watching. We got 4 minutes to go to get to 150. Can we do it? What's the math on this? I need 35 people out there in TCH live land to hit the like button for me. Do it now.
Do it now.
Really appreciate everybody tuning into the stream tonight. You know, each week it's 4 hours of anything that could happen. Each hand is an independent event, so you might as well stick around for 4 hours because you could see life-changing money change hands, and that's pretty entertaining, I would say. So if you like that kind of thing, hit that like button for us. Really appreciate everybody doing that. And hope you're enjoying the stream. Hope you're enjoying the discussion. Hope you're enjoying the chat.
while you're standing up.
JC limps the 7-5 of diamonds under the gun +1. SMU Travis with a suited queen. And maybe he doesn't want to go by SMU Travis since he didn't put that. Travis VJC. King Deuce 5 all spades. JC with a pair. And a bet 75 instant fold, and JC takes it down with the suited gapper. Daniel Farid, I can't confirm or deny. Oh wow, we just got over it. 162 in 1 minute. Thank you to everybody that hit the like button for me. Wow, that power is addicting.
Yes.
It's too much power for one man to have. Wow, thank y'all for hitting the like button for us. And Daniel Farid said, if you don't do it, they'll find you and they'll give you a bad beat. Look, I can't confirm
You're not wrong.
or deny it, but, you know,
What's
it's pretty important to us.
It's going to be the like goal for the next hour, Mr. BK.
Let's see.
REI has
Well,
very
we're
selection, I think,
operating at a run rate of about 150 an hour, so I'd say let's get to 300. Shall we?
I'm with you. That sounds like a good number to me.
If we can get to 300
so nice.
by 8 p.m. Central Time, I will love you forever.
Love you forever.
Unconditionally. Well, pretty conditionally. Conditional on getting
that
to
like
300 likes. Thanks for subscribing, Kodiak Sir. Okay, this is not life-changing money. All right, well, cool life. It must be a good life you live.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like, it must be a great life if 10K doesn't change your life a little bit.
Oh, man. And it's not just the money on the table, it's the money that they're going to rebuy with, too.
Yes, yes.
King of Spades on the turn. Perfect turn card for, well, not perfect, but a great turn card for Bond. Picking up the ace-high flush draw.
Phil with just a gutter.
5 of spades would be sick. Oh, 5 of diamonds.
though.
Phil rivers the nuts. This is the second time he's...
Oh, dude. Oh, Bond has a straight.
Oh, he got the
Bond's
wheel.
got the wheel.
Come on, Phil, put a big one out there, buddy.
Put a bit. Put like
1500.
12. Yeah, I'm with that. 1500 sounds good to me. Put it out there. Bond actually.
Small, so this is very value. Instant call from Bond.
Yeah, snap call there. Straight me too, he says. Oh, ew. Oy. Grody.
Oh,
Bond's like,
nuts. I thought we were
alright.
chopping.
That's fine. That's fine.
Wow. The ultimate bink for Phil.
I'll come back. Well, I'm going to mess it up and we're sacked underwear with these bird dogs. Too much comfort. Too much comfort. Two people cupping. It's like somebody cupping the person cupping you.
I'm so interested in this guy, JC. He's just got a whole vibe to him. Doing his own thing. He's got the dreads going.
Yeah, man. Got the one arm over the chair.
Out of
I don't need to-
nowhere.
I don't need to be here, but I'm here because I want to be. Just chilling.
He's up a full buy-in. 10,000 in his stack. Got to bet your hands, folks.
Yes, indeed.
You know, it's hard to hit the nuts. And, you know, oftentimes you need to get paid. So, but it's only up to you to put the money out there. Don't depend on others to put the money out. Unless it's a very specific trapping situation. Just saying, bet your value hands. Ace, 4, 5, 2 spades. Top pair with the jack for Phil. Running hot. Heater check. $300 fold. Kill pot.
You're the stream everybody gets posted.
LGA. Let's go, Addy. Almost to 200 likes. We're trending really well. I like the velocity that we are approaching 300 likes. Thank you so much to everybody. Let's hit the like button for me. 10, 25, 50, 100, no limit. I think for most people, this is pretty significant money. And if you're in the chat saying this isn't significant money, I question if somebody actually thinking that this isn't significant money would be saying that in a YouTube chat. Addy, 10-9 in the cutoff. Queen 10 for Travis. Slam dunk open, 250. Kings for JC. Facing a button open, you got to tread lightly, but also got to bump it a bit.
It does indeed.
Big 3-bet,
Huge 3-bet.
950.
Snap fold. Oh, I thought Matt had the queen 10.
You're probably allowed to just fold this, the queen 10 off, facing this size.
Oh yeah. I mean, you do have position, which is certainly worth something. But queen 10 shrivels up pretty quick, because even some of the weaker hands your opponent's 3-betting, you're not exactly printing against, like ace 4, etc.
Taking a look at the chips, JD and Phil at the top in terms of chip counts, but I saw JD add on, so
Yeah, he's at a lot.
not exactly fair.
I think he's
It's not a
in-
true measure of success at this table.
Yeah, I think he's in the red right
More,
now.
it's more of a
actually.
flex than his success off the felt, maybe.
Thanks for the sub, Marco Ascenso.
Thank you, thank you.
Asensio,
Welcome.
something like that. Sorry. JD keeping up the $100 straddle.
Let's go. I mean, 5,100 is a big poker game. I don't care who you are.
I don't either. Travis King 9 of diamonds in the cutty is going to only get it heads up against Matt. He called ultralight here, 5 tray, and what a flop for King 9.
Middle pair with a king, backdoor diamonds. Matt, this is not a great flop for 3-5 and turns a pair actually. 10% of the time he's supposed to win this hand. Oh, and a diamond now on the turn for Travis. King high diamonds. He's going to bump it straight up. 1,025.
Matt's probably just going to get well out of the way here, but it is a confusing line.
So far, I haven't seen Matt to play like a fish. I think this man is, he at least is playing intentionally. And is not immediately acting. He doesn't want to get punked off this hand, but also this is just like such a coordinated board at 3-5. He's maybe thinking like, do I have an opportunity to 3-bet here and represent flopping a straight?
Oh, dude, he 3-bets it.
Dude, this guy, Matt.
Oh, man.
I mean, you can't go anywhere if you're Travis, I don't think.
Yeah, but you're really not loving it. Once you get 3-bet here, I'm honestly...
Especially facing a full pot-sized jam.
Yeah. It's like, I'm honestly probably just folding here. I mean, once you get 3-bet, you can't assume your pair is good. This is why it's kind of dangerous to raise up these pair plus flush draw combos. Your hand has so much equity, you don't really need a lot of folds from it.
Unnecessarily putting it at risk.
That's exactly what it is. It's like you're opening yourself up to the possibility of this, and now you're in an absolutely disgusting spot with King 9. Where like now you have to know that you're probably most of the time only drawing to a diamond, and even then you still only have the king high. You're not even drawing to the nuts. So
if this gets through,
man,
Matt will have probably cemented himself as a guy to avoid.
Yeah, exactly. This is it's pretty gross.
I got some intel that he plays elsewhere, so this.
Oh really?
He's not
not new to the game.
Not new to the 2-card game.
Yeah, this is disgusting, man. I think this is just a fold.
But you don't fault Travis for thinking this through because
not
like,
at
God,
all.
like I mean,
I have such a hammer lock on this hand, or at least it felt like it.
But he's got to know that he's going to have to pay another bet on the river, most likely.
Yeah, it's like you either call and hit your flush, or you call and.
So like if you brick your
Often
flush
lose a lot
and you have a
of
9, now what do you do on the river? Did you really just light $2,000 extra on fire on the turn?
Let's think about jamming it.
If Travis jams, I mean, this is my guy too. So like, this would be super dope if he jammed, because he has enough to make it meaningful. He would have to have quite the. He's just going to call, trying to realize all of his equity, and now Matt's going to maybe put the test.
So he's got a pot-sized bet left and 5 on the end.
3s and 5s. He's got the
no
value
way.
hand now.
What?
This is
what? Yeah, doesn't really change much. Oh my God. Travis is just
and if Travis finds a call here, he is going
to puke, dude. It's
what a
just like, you were
sicko
bluffing.
line and run out. 3s and 5s, bro? How do you have 3s and 5s?
Offsuits. Dude, that is bananas. Yeah, Travis lets it go, and man, Matt Matt got it done, dude.
17,000 in that pot, 3,300 profit. Yeah, this guy Matt's. I don't think he's a chump.
What a play, man. What's a play?
Made frozen lemonade out of that 3-5 offsuit.
Sure did.
Freaking 3-betting the turn and then ripping river after giving a gift.
Yeah, there's a lot to be said for that 3-bet. I think he just knew that he has a pretty massive nuts advantage there, especially when Travis checked back the flop. That's
oh, that's true. He did check back flop.
yeah. It's just you know, it's if your opponent checked back a straight there. If they slow played a straight, you know, that sucks that you run into it, but they probably shouldn't be slow playing a straight there almost ever. And took advantage of a condensed range and got it to fold by the river. That is crazy.
Poker is easy. That's right.
Yeah, poker is easy. Correct.
You just got to have big old cojones and a deep pocket. Travis raising it to 150 with the KQ, not slowing down. Bex with the king 8 of diamonds. Matt.
Black Cat Poker says, was that skill or just throwing caution to the winds? Little of both, I'd say, honestly. Sometimes making the tough plays in this game, you got to throw caution out a little bit every now and then.
He clearly, he just went with a read, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, Travis's line was interesting.
With the flop check.
Yeah,
because
with
it's
the
like,
flop
what
check.
story are you telling now?
Yeah,
that raises turn.
Exactly. It's he's kind of almost turning his hand face up in that sense, where it's like I think you now just turned a lot of equity with the diamond draw, straight draw, etc. And I'm gonna make you play for it if you're just drawn. So someone in the chat said could have jammed the turn. I don't think so. I think you really only get called by nuts there. And a 3-bet on the turn is an incredibly strong line to take. And you do only just have a pair of 9s right now. So, pretty gross spot. Pretty gross spot either way.
JD's going to lead. Sorry, he 3-bet pre Queen 10. He's going to lead this flop. Get Travis to fold.
Takes it down.
So Travis it's not going well so far.
Yeah, he's down a little bit, but we know this man can make some plays, so he might turn it around by the end of the stream. A lot of game left to be played.
And this isn't his only buy-in.
Oh, no. Not by any means.
We made a clip out of it last time, but there was a very distinct part of the game where he pulled out large stacks of cash. And I was, I always like to see the big stacks of cash.
Always. The bricks. The piles of
That's
money.
right. I was about to ask if you've been playing any poker, but I know the answer to that because
Not at all,
I'm down for
actually.
the count. Do you have any interest in playing poker in the next
I
few
told
weeks?
myself I was going to take a break till the beginning of the year, so
Nice.
that's what I'm going to do. I'm focusing on some other stuff right now, working on a project of my own, a podcast project of my own that I'm probably about to get up and running. And
Great.
maybe doing some other stuff for Solve for a while. We'll see, man. We'll see.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Content is king in this poker community. Playing is only one aspect of it. There's more money to be made in the content game.
Yes. If nothing else, it's like a bet hedging kind of thing. It's like it pads the roll, helps pay the bills so that you can keep the roll focused entirely on poker, et cetera, so.
It's just all about, it's really about keeping content fresh and then time management and like being able to spend time on it and be consistent and keep it current. That's like the tough challenge for people that why podcasts and such don't make it. It's like you start out with so much vigor and then come episode 50, it's like, all right, the people that can stay making interesting content are the ones that win.
Yeah.
As Addy turned to K,
He's getting barreled into.
has the best hand versus Phil, who's got a stone bluff, 1,000.
You hear that?
Not slowing down
By my truck?
by any means. And I like Addy still thinking it over here. This is not a snap call, but it's, I think inevitably you got to kind of talk yourself into it. If Phil has ace-king here, so be it. And Addy's going to make the call. If Phil says you're good, Addy turns it over, being a nice guy.
Yeah, it's just like a blessing in disguise.
These are like even this spot.
Perfect time with the market.
In the past, I would just flip my hand over when in fact you miss an opportunity for information by just saying, I guess in that spot he called, but a lot of times he'll go check on the river and people will just flip their cards over when in fact you could just wait for the person out of position to either show or muck.
Yeah, it's, you know, a lot of people will say it's like a courtesy thing, which, I mean, if that's your prerogative, that's fine too. It's not really that big a deal, but at the same time, it's, you know, if you make a bet and you are called, you have to show your cards.
Right.
If the other player has every right to ask you to show your cards, even if you say, you know, I don't like playing the "you're a good game" or whatever. I just, a lot of times, just like, if I ever have to be in that position, I always show my cards. You know, I'll say you're good, but I will also turn over the cards. Usually.
Right. Dude, that is one way to make me go on mega tilt. Is
Yeah.
somebody saying, you're good, me flipping it over, and then think,
sorry.
I've got it.
Yeah, I've got it.
Oh, man, that sends me.
Yeah, no, it's very frustrating. Beck's going to raise it up, 7-6 of diamonds. Matt, ace-queen, going to put on the tray bet. Like it. And Phil now in a tough spot, 10-9, but
Multi-way, 10-9 does okay. 31% you see.
getting in there, man.
Same with Bex. I mean, these suited connectors do pretty well 3 ways, it looks like.
Sure do. And SPR still pretty big here at stack par ratio. And
How about this flop?
how about
Open
this
enders
flop, dude?
for Phil. A pair, bottom pair for Bex, and Matt with second nut, no pair.
Dude, Phil just barreling out here trying to take it down right now, saying this is my board. My board. Does let Matt get away from it pretty easy. Beck's just going to fold to this lead here. Not unreasonable bottom pair backdoors. Good. I think it's either fold or raise in that spot.
Matt's got
Matt,
17,000.
dude.
He's trying to set up a nice little float.
Yes, he is. No floats.
Gets
No
even
floats
better for
here.
Phil. Picks up a heart draw.
Yeah, I like Phil's hand here.
Quarter pot.
Oh, so small.
And Matt might see this as weakness. You know, a value hand might want to put more in on the turn. Oh, but he gets out of the way.
Yep, lets it go. Phil getting it done, man. Taking it down.
Phil's won a few pots tonight.
The only good thing about working for a big company that has corporate deals, you put in the corporate code and let us use it for leisure or whatever. And it covers all the insurance and everything. You don't have to pay
250 likes I see already. 7:15 p.m. We've got 45 minutes to get that last 50 likes. And 923 people watching right now. Everybody on break between Christmas and New Year's. Get some extra poker content in. Welcome, everybody. Thanks for checking out our 10/25/50 No Limit Hold'em stream live from Texas Card House in Dallas, Texas. The 214, the 972 off of Harry Hines Boulevard. Ben K and Greg P with you commentating live. These players, or the stream is on a 15-minute delay, but we are commentating to you live. So we are seeing what you're seeing. Events from 15 minutes ago.
And cheaper than like a Nissan Sentra.
Pez, you're thinking of Dom, I believe, Dominic.
I've had 2 out of 4 that smell like cigarette smoke, and it's just like,
Oh, he's very tall.
Yes.
and they don't like, maybe they say it and I just haven't read it. 'cause I'm not
We got a flip here. Queen Jack via the sixes. Sixes still ahead. For the moment, though, Matt's got a gutter ball. And has got to go for a C-bet here, pretty much 100% with the nut-nothing. Or second nut-nothing, excuse me. And Addy puts the sixes in the muck. Takes it on down.
You need Adam and
Jay.
Don or Dom? Who's
Don.
the
Don, yeah.
Don in the game? Those guys are definitely good for the game.
And Jay.
And Jay, yeah.
Yeah.
Like you want to see a high VPIP game?
Yeah. You
Those
want to
three
see
guys.
average? You want to see average VPIP 45%? Yeah. Put Dom, Jay, and yeah, everyone you mentioned. Someone said Stoney. Yeah, well, Stoney's a crusher, man. Stoney runs the 1-2 tables when he plays, man. That guy is.
Stoney?
Yeah, he's the mega tall guy.
Oh.
He's literally like 7'1".
He's played the mixed game before. Yeah.
He's like 7'1". But yeah, no, he's actually a pretty good player.
Oh, delayed by 25 minutes. Excuse me. Sorry, I misspoke.
Thanks for the sub, Renato Oliveira da Silva. What a name. And Connor Reveille.
Thank you, thank you. Love all the engagement tonight.
Thanks for the subs. We're only 18 minutes into the hour,
Let's
and
go.
we're already at 271 likes. I say that's worth a raise. Just like Matt felt 7.5 worth a raise. Jason with the 2 jacks.
This is a juicy pot already. 1,400 in there, 3 ways.
All right, let's see something. That
Ace 9, 4, 2 spades is no good for anybody.
This might just go check all the way around, but oh, Matt was the 3-better. Never mind. He's betting this all day.
Betting range, and this is probably going to get through.
Folds. Yep. And there we go.
Yeah, this guy,
Yeah,
this guy Matt,
he's got some game.
Bex does not have a good seat.
No, he does not. Sure does not.
God. Oh, man. Addie's winning 5,400, JC's up 46, and Matt's up a nice 2,200. With Travis, unfortunately, losing about 6,000 tonight.
We were renting a fully loaded Suburban from 6, and it was like.
Yeah, there's some, dealers that play really good poker. I mean, some of the, you're one of them, or at least formerly, these dealers are just here all day, every day, between dealing and playing.
Yeah.
And sometimes, running tournaments or like doing the, what's the term for having multiple roles?
Dual rate?
Dual rate. Yeah. So like they're just exposed to poker all day, every day. And so some of these guys are pretty good, and girls.
And a lot of them have a lot of gamble in them. If we're being real honest here.
And again, like a shitty Jeep Cherokee, not a Grand Cherokee, whatever, is 120 a day. Check it, thrifty or whatever, right? 3 of you.
So 10-5 and 10-8.
Oh, dude, 10-5, 2-pair, bottom set, and top pair. How does this?
Go.
Oh my God!
5s full of 10s for Bond and deuces full of 5s for Phil.
How did this flop?
This
check
is
around,
about
man?
to be an 18,000 plus pot.
Oh my God! I'm so amazed.
And Travis
at
is
this.
caught in the middle.
Oh yeah.
With none of it. 1% of equity. He can catch exactly a 10. The last 10 in the deck.
Dude.
To chop.
Yeah, exactly to chop. Oh man, and Bond's got to go for it. Yeah, raise it up, buddy. There it is, 400. Kind of surprised to see this small size.
And Phil has got to think deuces full is pretty good here.
Yeah, it's like whenever Bond raises here, I think he's going to have a 5 a lot. He does have a 5. It just so happens to be a 5 with a 10. And Travis snap folds a 10-8. Good fold there. Bond's probably going to make it absolutely massive on this river. Ace, especially with that
He's
ace
got
coming out.
like that 2,000 or something.
Yeah.
I hope.
Huge, bro. Huge. You have the sneakiest of all sneaky boats ever.
10-5 off.
Yeah, dude. I mean, he has a limped pots. It's the only way he found himself here.
That's true.
Yeah. Okay, there it is. Yes. Yes. Overbets. Huge. Let's go.
1,600.
And Phil, man, I mean, never folding. Never. I don't think. But now the question is whether or not you think your hand is good enough to raise. And if he raises, Bond's just jamming it. It's just all in. And we see a $15,000 pot. Let's see if we can get all the money in on this river card. Oh, man, I think Phil's going to raise it. He's taking long enough. He hasn't just called yet.
This is a big old value hand.
Oh
I mean, you
my
flop
God.
pure, turn a boat,
Oh, my God.
and an ace.
Dude, he does raise
And
it.
Bond is just thinking about, Vegas and the resorts world.
Yeah, in Resorts World, yes. Yes. Sick place, too, by the way, if you've never been. It's very nice.
I've never been, but Bond might be. Oh, he's trying to do a little.
It's kind of an interesting spot for Bond because it's kind of hard to find a hand that checks the flop that.
It's an unraised pot pre-flop.
Yeah.
So 10s and aces are just like so unlikely, especially
so unlikely.
given that you have a 10 in your hand.
Yeah. It's I think Bond's hand is strong enough to just go for all of it here.
Exactly, ace-5 or aces.
Yeah. I mean, ace-5 is possible, I suppose, but I think that's just a cooler. I don't know though, man, because like if you jam here, it's hard to find a hand that checks this flop that calls you that isn't better. You know, like ace-5 exactly, or
Bond might just be trying to ensure that he gets a call by taking his time here.
potentially. I think he's genuinely thinking it over.
All in.
There it is, all in. Puts it in, and Phil snapped it, bro. Snapped it. 10-5 is gonna be good.
$19,100 pot.
All went in on the river, baby.
With the 10-5 offsuit and the deuces full. Unfortunately, just cooler of the century for Phil. Had a great night starting out the first hour of the stream, and now has unfortunately run into.
It's a bad turn for me. Yeah, man.
Yeah, understatement
Whoa.
of the week.
I'm surprised. The fact that this got all the way to the river and all the money still went in is pretty significant. I mean, the flop checked through. Like, that's an entire street of betting where they were probably would have a bet, a raise, a call turn, call river. Like, it's crazy that all the money gets piled in.
I mean, the way this escalates, you know, he bet $400 on the turn, and then now there's $19,000 in the middle.
Wow.
And it's
Wow,
like
man.
Bond is one of the best players in town, and also running like this, like to hit this hand, it's just
It's almost not fair.
Yeah, it doesn't feel right,
not
but
fair.
also
Deuces? Yeah.
he played it perfectly, I would say,
Yep.
given.
Sure did. Wow.
Maximum poundage. Sheesh. That one hurts. I mean, you feel for Phil.
Whoa.
Checking back on this chat
Woof.
as it catches up. Oh my gosh, dude. Oh boy. What up, dope? I mean, it would really suck to lose that hand with the 10-5, and maybe he thought about it for a second, but
Ace-5 or not.
yeah, so he said it.
Yep.
Sometimes he has ace-5, but it's about the only thing he could be concerned about.
Yeah, ace-5 would have played exactly that way, for sure.
Matthew Rosario with an interesting point says, this is going to turn bad for Phil if he doesn't keep his cool. Yeah. There's no telling, what this money means to Phil, if at all. And so it'll be interesting to see how he responds to adversity, because this is, that's one of the worst feelings
Yes, it is.
in poker. This is why, honestly, I avoid no limit, is because just getting stacked like that is just so deflating, especially when you are like running really good, playing okay, and then you just get popped with the 10-5 ball for 1,000, 2,000 big blinds or whatever the math is. Never go broke in a limped pot, they say. I don't know if they say that, but
I've heard that before, and I have gone broke in a limp pot before. It's not a good feeling. And it's just so funny because, like, you're like, I put in $50 with this hand pre-flop.
And now it's costing me.
One big blind, and now it's costing me 300 big blinds. It's like, what the hell happened for that to happen?
Yeah, no matter what, you bet the flop.
He's got it, he's got it. You know?
Exactly.
yeah, Bond just won an 05 Honda.
That's
Yeah,
one of the
sure
dumb parts
did.
about this game. Sometimes you just lose.
Yeah, that is the rough part about this game. Sometimes you do, in fact, just lose. Can't really play any difference.
And now Bond has some playing chips.
Oh yeah, as if he didn't already. I think he's got the big stack at the table now. I'm wondering if JD's already piled on to match him.
I think another thing they say is that having a big stack is plus EV.
Oh yes. Yeah, because you cover everybody at the table. When you get strong hands, you get the absolute maximum.
He could have had ace-5, but it's
He
just
could've.
so infrequent that he does. Like,
Yeah.
especially with Bond having a 5 in his hand.
There's only 3 combos of that left in the deck, and they're all offsuit combos given the board. So, There's still there's exactly as many combos as ace-5 as there are deuces left, so I think it's I think you just got to go for it.
Yeah.
And if your opponent ever has a worse 5 ever that they're raising with, then you have now you have far too many value targets compared to what you lose to, so you just got to go for it, I think.
And Matt raising flop here versus the 8s of JC, who continued
And you can
from
take it down.
pre-flop. And Matt, unfortunately, didn't get to see what he had.
And I'd say he had like maybe some straight backdoor combos, or I mean it was out of the blind, so he could have had like Jack 5 suited, King 5 suited, something like that. Pocket 5s, you know.
You took one, right? If not, then I'm going
Some guys just have a better presence about themselves that makes me less inclined to play with them, which could be a positive or a negative, I guess, depending on how you look at it. But like Matt, you can tell he's done this before.
Yeah.
And also that he's not splashing around. I mean, we get to see it, that he's not splashing around. Okay, the 3-5 maybe it was, I don't know if that pot was limped pre. I don't think it was.
What
The 3-5 hand where he had.
No, it wasn't. He called out of the big blind.
Right, so maybe that's a little
straddle.
loose, but also
Little bit.
his actions have been pretty indicative of a guy that's can put the hurt on you.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And it just, you can tell,
Yeah, I thought I was trapping on the flop.
which I'm not here to jock Matt. I don't know this guy, but I'm just saying he's played really well tonight.
Yes, he has. And JC, he's up quite a bit, but his stack is actually pretty small relative to everyone at the table, and he's got the big slick now. Gonna put the hurt on Mr. Addy here.
It's a really tough board for aces, or deuces to beat.
It's my favorite when I lose, get felted, and we keep talking about the hand.
I'm sure they always enjoy that, watching it later.
Five play tournaments.
Doug R says Bigfoot claims he once saw Addy. I like that one.
Yeah, it's got a blurry,
I like
blurry
that
photo
one.
of Addy.
Yes. And Addy makes a good fold there in position. I like it.
I've never played Paris.
I've heard about that.
First will be like 400.
It's like unlimited rebuy for the first day
It's you get 2 bullets a day.
for 4 days. How many are you starting? 2 days.
Yeah,
4
Friday,
days.
Saturday.
That's fair. That's cool.
But when the WPT comes in, then it's unlimited. Fire.
It's these sicko tournament players. It's like, yeah, I'll just be in for 10 bullets
Oh,
at 3,000
3,000 apiece.
or whatever the main event buy-in is.
It was,
Yeah.
had an event like the same week as the main or something.
yeah, it was the weekend. Yeah, it's like the weekend after the main, so like there's still like a bunch of people that were.
I don't think they even had a guarantee on it because they were just like, we don't even know how.
Yeah, it is.
We're having a tournament.
It is a really dumb timing.
Bex with the king 7 suited in the small blind, raising, not to be deterred, into Matt, who's just going to 3-bet him. Bex and JC have very unfortunate spots because these two guys are going to 3-bet them all day long.
Yes, yeah, it's rough.
That coincided with the main.
Also, with the king 7, I guess it's raise or fold in the small blind.
It's really close with a hand like King 7. I mean, calling isn't like entirely out of the question, considering that Matt has been doing a lot of 3-betting. And
Yeah, I think
I think the fold really is probably, you're not losing much either way, whether you fold or call. I don't know if there's much of a case for 4-betting unless you're just playing old school, show up with it or fold kind of poker. Which, I mean, there's something to that, but
it's either bad beat or
it sucks when you got somebody who's going to 3-bet you a lot on your left.
But I was gonna go play
For sure.
10K 5 diamond at Bellagio. What was that, like a month ago or so? But one of my wife's friends flew in from Tennessee and she ended up getting COVID.
Did Bond say he played the 10K 5 diamond at Bellagio? Is that what he just said?
Austin.
He might have.
We were in the car together for like 8 hours, something like that. because we drove down, she tested positive COVID, then drove
Bond
back.
raises up the ace-10 offsuits, and Bex with the 9-8 suited, going to put in the call, defending his button.
We never got sick. So it's either running good, because I would have lost like 20, 30K, or I would have won $1 million. No. I had to find out what 15th is.
And they're going to get this one heads up. Bond out of position, but he binks the ace. He's got a pretty... Yeah, I like the check here, ace-10. You probably start betting ace-jack, queen, king. Check some other aces, and a queen on the turn. They're going to go for a little bit of value now, given that the flop check through. Full pot. And Bex gets out of the way. Nothing to see there, really.
Yeah, Bond has 1.5 million in live earnings.
Oh, does he?
Tournament-wise.
Yeah. No, he's a tournament crusher, man.
So this guy does
made
it both.
He may. Oh yeah, I think mainly he's focusing on tournaments nowadays.
I would too if I had these results. Sweet
Yeah.
mercy.
Yeah.
Home game.
No, he knows
Must
what
be
he's,
freaking
he
nice.
knows what he's doing in the tournaments.
Also, it must be nice to just have the time to be able to invest in tournaments, bro.
$5 tournament, $5 rebuy.
Like, it takes time to study and prep for tournaments and also to, like, play these multi-day
He said next time I get heads up, I got to
events.
I'm getting second.
He's got, I don't know if he's got any wins. Oh, he's got a win in 2018.
2 and 9.
Yeah, he's told me personally that he is made second, and he's talking about it right now. Actually, he's made second place in so many tournaments that he literally like expects to make second if he gets a heads up. He's like, I just lose heads up.
But then again, everyone thinks they're good at everything, so.
That's true. You wouldn't be here, Alan.
Exactly.
JD, haven't heard from him in quite a while. King Dewey Sudi here in the small blind raises it up. It's a call from Phil with Jack 9, and Addy says 5 due, not good enough.
Exactly.
And King 10-8, JD with the best of it. Gonna put out the barrel here. You could definitely check King with this kicker sometimes. This board is pretty connected, and Phil's not gonna have a lot of kings here. In fact, Phil is open-ended in the spot, very live on a red board. And how about 2 pairs now for the Diggles? Definitely gotta go for more value now. 3/4 pots, a little over. Phil still wondering if he can draw here. Not getting a great price to do it for sure. I like JD's sizing as well. Get to charge a lot of King X. And all the draws. Phil is going to get in the middle, looks like. Grabbing chips.
Kings and deuces for JD. 5 on the end.
Diamonds, not the greatest river card. Thanks for the sub, Rizzo. Appreciate it. JD is going to put out some money here. I like this. Basically another blocker bet. Same bet, 11 hundy. And Phil is going to fold the Jack 9.
We surpassed 300 likes like a boss. We've got over 1,000 people watching. Thank you to everybody that hit like for me. Just hitting our goals tonight
Yeah.
in quick fashion. Thanks for subscribing, M. Canny.
In like pre-registry or an alternate, having to wait for like 6 hours.
Oh yeah, I wanted to bump the like goal. What did I bump it to? Did I say what I wanted to
You
bump it
didn't.
to?
You started to, and then we got distracted.
Yeah. How about 350 by 8 o'clock, by the halfway points?
Yeah, we're
A progressive bounty at the
got icing on the cake now. 350 is the goal.
another
We're steadily rising. I think people are enjoying the stream. We've had a couple 10K plus pots tonight. It's always fun to see, especially with hands like 10-5 offsuit for 20,000.
See the three-way flop fill in there with 10-5. Says if Bond can do it, why can't I?
If only cards worked like that.
I know, right? It's unfortunate. And JC with the queen 9 spades gonna put out some money. And gets 2 very quick folds and takes it on down with nothing but queen high, nothing. Just some backdoors.
Bond's at 20. JD's added on to 20. Matt's got 18. Let's see a $30,000 pot tonight, people.
I want to see it. We've had a $19,000. I think we've
got plenty of time,
bigger.
too.
Oh, yeah. We're not even halfway through this stream.
My man Bryce here dealing out some coolers as well. It's definitely good for the game.
They like are thinking about it, and I go up to the table and tell Matt, I'm like, dude, I just offered this guy loud enough for the other player here. I just offered this guy.
Speaking of tournaments, New Year's Day, we've got our big one that got even bigger. $500 no limit hold'em tournament, 50K guaranteed, unlimited re-entries, 40K starting stack. January 1st, starting at, I believe, 10 a.m. Let me verify. The Saturday usually starts at 10 a.m. Let me verify.
Yeah, I think so. Let's see. Matt's on the hijack, raises it up with the 9s, gets a call from 8s on the button. Addie's going to 3-bet the ace-10, saying, "I need more money in this pot," and we are going to get it. The 2 pairs calling. I'm sure that's exactly what Addie wanted.
Let's go.
Queen 7 Dewey.
9's well ahead, but in a weird spot.
Yeah, even though this is a dry board, I like Addie's check give up here. Somebody's going to connect with this board in some way a lot, and I don't think you have very much fold equity multi-way, and you don't want to make the pot even larger out of position. So it does check over to Matt, who barrels. Jason and Matt both with second pair. Jason folds the 8s. Good disciplined fold there. And Addie gets out of the way. Best hand takes it down.
January 1st, $500 buy-in, 50K guarantee, starting at 10 a.m. The first day of 2022. You might as well take your shot at a $50,000 prize pool, 40K starting stack and 30-minute levels. Pretty nice little structure. You can get all the info at texascardhouse.com/bigger-big-1, but I've basically given you all the info. $500 buy-in, unlimited re-entries, 50K guaranteed. Come through, baby. It's going to be quite the prize pool, I think. Everybody's going to be off work. Everybody's going to want to start the new year off with a bang. So why not add about 30 or 40,000 to your bankroll, taking that tournament down. And we tend to break or surpass our guarantees, so I imagine the prize pool will be much larger than 50K.
The guarantees are really just a number. Did they update it to 50K guarantee for the Saturday?
Yep.
Wow, yeah, that's not, I mean, it's been like, it used to be a 20K, it used to be a 10K guarantee tournament, and then it was
now
20K.
It's 20K.
And then I think last week, the first prize was 23,000.
Yeah.
So it's like,
been
okay,
growing.
all right, let's just make a 50K guarantee.
Yeah, I've like, as the prize pool has grown, the more tempting it has been to fire that tournament, just like on a regular Saturday.
For real, man. For real.
365 to win 21,000, bro.
Yeah, pretty good.
I would be in my wife's good graces if I came home with that.
Yeah, for sure.
Bottom pair of 9s for Matt. Phil, we don't know what he's got. Deuce on the turn.
Oh, I'm getting a note here. First Saturday of every month, it's going to be a 50K guarantee.
Oh, nice.
So yeah, it is still 20 on for the reg Saturday, but the first Saturday of every month is going to be.
Maybe I just need to save and play one tournament a month, and it'd be that one.
There you go. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's a great.
You know, so I've got so much
absurdly good
cash
value.
to save 3 bullets worth, because I'm going to need 3 bullets, I think. $1,500 worth. Prepping for the World Series. Pez says, can't wait to stack hungover and drunk folk.
There you go. Yeah, it's a Saturday morning, you know.
Yeah, 10 a.m., bro? You're going to be the only person sitting there, I think, at 10 a.m. Not true.
Yeah, so we actually usually get a line out the door for that one.
He let me do live bet 6 to 1. I'm like, okay. You look at the score, the guy was like, 5 rounds to 1 or something. I was like, yeah. 6 to 1, look. He didn't like the odds that were like, so he wanted to make a burn on.
Just one day.
Yeah, that's a sweet addition. I mean, because now we can confirm that we can get the turnout to rate of 50K once a month. You know, we're smashing 20K guarantees every weekend. 50K is going to be sweet.
He's a field player.
JC with his own 10-5 ball. If JC beats Phil with 10-5 off and he gets to showdown,
Oh, man. And while he's ahead now,
he's gonna
put a 7 out
pack
there.
up his Michelob Ultras and hit the road.
Yeah.
King on the turn.
Oh,
Six,
my
please,
God,
please,
no.
please.
Check. 10-5 again? 10-5 again? Really, bro? Oh, man. Oh,
Glad
man.
that wasn't for much more because he would have lost.
Oh, man. Thanks for the sub, Xerox. Xerox, maybe.
330 likes. Let's go. 20 away from our super special Greg P goal of 350 likes.
Let's make it happen. 1,000 of you in the chats, or excuse me, 1,000 of you watching right now. It'd be sweet if we had 1,000 of you in the chats.
You know, if you had told 19-year-old Ben K that he was going to be sitting in a tiny room, talking to the void, asking for people to hit a digital thumb pointing up, I would say that sounds about right. I think, given the trajectory of your life. Really made it. We've made it.
Sweet. I wonder if that the Saturday tournament 50K guarantee first of the month is going to draw even more people.
I'm sure.
Sure it will.
I mean, tournaments of that size and larger, you know, people are driving in for that kind of thing.
Yeah, for sure.
Regular weekends, it's $365 buy-in, 20K guaranteed every Saturday at 10 a.m. And usually goes to like midnight,
Later.
a little later.
Lately it's been later because it's just been such a big tournament.
Yeah, but top prize, like you said earlier, is between like 18 and 23,000,
Yeah, it's
which is like such a sweet score
That's absurd value, man. Like,
for Dallas, Texas, bro.
yeah, there's not. I mean, for anywhere really, that's a weekly tournament, and it's a 50K guarantee. There's not many places that have something like that.
Right.
Even in big casino towns, like
Right.
that's pretty. It's pretty bananas if we're being honest here. Pretty bananas.
That's the one to run good into. So you might as well use all your run good in that tournament.
Oh
and then
yeah,
have some quote life-changing money
for sure. To some.
to some.
Thanks for the sub, Greg Sullivan. Oh, here we go. How about a boat?
Ace.
How about a boat for Addy? Hello, boys.
Is this a prop? Somebody's getting paid.
Right.
Any of y'all play props out there? It's something they always talk about in the high-stakes games on the television, but I don't hear that being played much around these parts.
Quads beaten by a straight flush. And the quads has to be a pocket pair.
Pez says Saturday is the only tournament he hasn't won of the dailies.
I mean, it's pretty hard to fade a field of 300 people.
Right.
But either way, nice subtle flex on the stats there.
Yeah,
bud.
it's like, oh, so you've won every
other
weekly
6
tournament?
out of 7. All right. Keep firing at it, bud. I know you probably will at some point.
We've got tournaments on Fridays now, too. Which this Friday is another $130 midday turbo, 3,000 guaranteed. I really want to play this PLO bomb pot tournament and the. Are they still doing the Congress?
I have no
I
idea.
don't know if they're still doing the Congress tournament.
You know, I'm roommates with the tournament director. You would think I would know a little more about it.
That's all right.
Bond in the cutty opens king 10. JD gonna 3-bets, and Bond is already in the muck.
I think they're just doing PLO high.
Yeah, probably.
And maybe that was a test group to do the Congress.
Here we go. Some interesting stats for you on the cumulative winnings. Half the table is donated to the other half of the table. It's rare that it kind of works out that exact way. Oh man, oh no. Phil's away from the table and he folds kings. Oh my god. Someone's gonna wake up with queens and it's gonna be a nightmare. He wouldn't have gotten any action anyway. JD gonna raise up the ace-3 and Jason just already in the muck, man. It's funny. I guess it's probably good Phil was not here for the kings in that instance then, because there's nothing more tilting than being stuck, picking up a premium, raising, and everyone folding. I think that's probably the single most tilting thing, even for me as a regular player. It's pretty hard to turn around from something like that, for sure. So probably good for the mental game in that respect. Moving right along to the next hand. Man ace-3 on the button, playing his button wide as he should, and folds all the way around, especially with only 2 players to get through. Shows an ace. JD says easy game. In fact, it is. And we had someone ask about it earlier on in the stream. If you do want to play on TCH Live, we don't go through the email anymore as Coop was getting a bit bogged down by it. We do have basically a Google Doc with the Linktree link there that Streamlabs posted in the chats. Fill that out for us. Give us a little bit of info on the players we're going to have on the table. We got something to talk about when you get here. And you might be able to get yourself on the big table here in Dallas if you are so inclined. JC7-6 of diamonds. Raising it on up.
There's no limit to the upping of the scumbag.
Beck's just a call with KQ. I think that's fine, facing a +2 open. And Addie's in there in the 3rd blind. And how about a queen? How about top pair for Bex? JC, 2nd pair, no redraw. He's going to put out some money, saying I overall have the advantage on this board, and Bex is going to put in a quick call, I imagine. Addie with the fold behind. 4.
Makes things a little more interesting for JC. Picks up a gutter ball to go along with his 2nd pair. Unfortunately, this is kind of sucks about leading out of position, is put in kind of an uncomfortable position for the rest of the hand. Having to continue betting 700, you have no idea where you're at. Bex is going to pop it.
Bex raising it up, KQ
up 1,000.
Trying to deny all that equity to hard draws. And now straight draws, like exactly what case JC has here.
Unfortunately, JC even hits his 5 and it comes a heart. He's still in a predicament.
GC does lay it down. Beck's not getting any more value. He takes down the pots.
It's going to take down a nice one, $3,600 pot.
We will have that conversation today.
No, never heard of it.
10, 25, 50, no limit. Sometimes the hundreds out there. We're playing a very large 2-card poker game tonight. For the next 2 hours. Here in the background, they're playing the $300 black chip bounty tournament, which is also a pretty nice one. $300 and 100 of it goes to bounties. Each person you eliminate, win $100 straight up. That can get pretty lucrative. As Addy calls the, 3 bets pre with the ace-3 of clubs over JD's. Open on the cutoff, and JD hasn't done much tonight. He's just going to open fold
Let's
it.
go. I'm surprised to see that fold, honestly. I mean, I don't think Addy has 3-bet once, but JD was in position, and he's often pretty live against a lot of Addy's 3-betting range. Any ace-king, king-queen, you're still a 60-40 against, and you get to see in position. But that is going to put us at the halfway mark, looks like.
$250 PLO flip, free money for somebody.
Or somebody.
Everybody in the chat, let me know where you're watching from. I see somebody from Brazil. Let's see, Marcos. I'm watching from Brazil. What's the mask policy over there? It's some people prefer to wear them. Other people prefer to not wear them.
Yeah, it's not enforced here at TCH. I think unvaccinated employees have to still wear a mask, and we ask that anyone who's unvaccinated still wear a mask when they come in. But it's not too harshly enforced as of right now.
But overall, the staff is doing everything they can to maintain a clean, safe environment for everyone that plays at TCH. I think if you'd asked anybody that comes and plays here regularly, they would confirm that
Yes.
this is the best environment to play poker right now.
Yes, of course.
AJ McBride says, I'm in Kentucky, but coming to Dallas soon. See y'all soon. Bring some bourbon, please, AJ.
Some bourbon.
I'll be the good-looking one here. You'll know who to give the bourbon to. Thank you.
Yes. All red?
And what's everybody got? Oh my God, the graphics are.
All right. Oh, that 6 is a good card. Oh, that 6 is a good card.
All right, you gotta be Jack 8.
Okay, I got 8.
Who's got it? Jason's got it. With the wheel, baby. Not a wheel, backdoor wheel. There it is. Shows it. Proud, loud and proud.
I got again. That's 2 nice.
Thanks for, did you
Do what?
Wilson Neto? Did you call him
I
out?
did not.
Thanks for subscribing, Wilson.
I was rooting for you, Neil.
Eugene Davis in Florida. Pez seconds the bourbon.
That's 7.
Pez has given us some bourbon before.
Oh. Ben K is the good-looking one. Greg P is the smart, bearded-looking one.
Ouch.
I'm the one that's unable to grow a beard-looking one. Roger Blake sipping on Blanton's, kind of a flex. That sounds delicioso.
Way to rub it in our face.
Way to rub it in our face. I started drinking these Celsius energy drinks, which are basically the opposite of bourbon. And they're pretty tasty. I'm kind of raging right now. I feel like I could do like 8 push-ups if I really put my mind to
Like
it.
8. Is it a pure energy drink or is it alcoholic?
Oh, it's pure.
Oh, yeah.
It's pure. No. Yeah, you know, I'm off the 4 Locos.
Yeah,
as
no
of,
4 Locos.
January 1,
You don't want
2022.
12 cups of coffee in a 2-minute period?
It's, let's see. You know, it's got all the taurine, guarana, caffeine, glucuronolactone, green tea leaf extract.
Yeah, keep talking.
Whatever any of this is, basically poison. But they sure are tasty.
Ooh, Phil bet. Phil bet. Good lord. Let me try that again. Phil put in the 3-bet here with 2 4s. Though it was just a min click. Might have been a misclick as well, but Bex did defend and is rewarded with top pair. Phil going to put out the barrel, and Bex going to make a pretty natural defend. Bex checks it over, does go check. King on the end. How about 2 pairs now for Mr. Bex? Got to put some money out there for sure. Phil quickly folds the 4s. Bex slaps his cards in a way that says, I wanted you to call, sir.
I had a friend recommend some, since we're on bourbon talk right now. Let me pull it up. WLW, I think it's a Weller bourbon. William LaRue Weller. Apparently it's pretty hard to find. I mean, Weller has a bunch of different types of bourbons, but the WLW apparently is pretty hard to find. I'm on the hunt for that. Michters, however you say that. Miters, M-I-C-H-T-E-R. Delicioso. Anyways, for any of those that are maybe new to the stream or just checking us out by way of the algorithm or however you got here, if you're interested in hours and hours of live mid and high stakes poker action, be sure to hit that subscribe button for us. We've got over 38,000 of you. Subscribe to the channel. We are the premier live poker channel, and we're doing this basically 6 nights a week. So be sure to hit that subscribe button if you're interested in getting more of this content delivered up to you for free. Free $99, the best price ever.
Oh man, interesting board. 4 diamonds on there. Travis with a set and a flush. JC flipped over the 5 deuce with the diamond, thinking it's good, no good, and Travis gonna take it down. Best hand pre, best hand post. Paul D says bourbons are too sweet. I think it really depends on what bourbon you're looking at, for sure.
Man, bourbon is delicioso. We're probably gonna get flagged on YouTube for talking about alcohol, but
I don't care. Whiskey is a way of life. I've gotten into whiskey cocktails a lot recently. Making some Manhattans, some
Yum.
classic old fashions.
I had a
Good
stint
stuff.
there back when everybody was watching Mad Men, where I got into making some whiskey cocktails too.
Yeah, the Manhattan's quickly risen to the frequent flyer list on my drinking.
Yeah, it's nice to make those cool drinks. You know, it feels like some sort of accomplishment, and they're tasty.
Yes.
But when you, when you work all day and have a kid, you basically want to go straight to the source and just freaking put a straw into that bourbon and get it down straight.
Yeah, it's like I only got 10 minutes. I can't spend 2
30
of it.
minutes
I'm
of
gonna
quiet
drink.
time.
Yeah.
As JC flops an open ender and bottom set for Phil.
Dude, Phil, maybe you're gonna get a little bit back here.
Second pair backdoor clubs for Travis.
Phil checks it again.
Eesh.
Slow playing these sets, man.
Versus 3 other players, queen of clubs, and now just got to dodge the world on the river. Travis picks up a flush draw to go along with his Broadway draw. And Phil, got to put something out there, I think.
Gotta get some money in there, man. And does check all the way around again. Oh, he dodged a lot. He dodged so many cards with that set.
It's actually pretty lucky that the 6 of diamonds comes, because there's so many cards that make it terrible for him. JC knows he can't win, but 4 ways, it's hard. It's pretty optimistic to get a straight bluff through like this.
Yeah, I mean, it did check all the way around twice now. You know, you don't fault him for going for it a little bit here, but Philly now with Setsky, Trey. Now it looks like he's going to go for some delayed value here. Roger Blake says McAllen for Scotch. Solid choice. On the cheaper side, I like Monkey Shoulder. Monkey Shoulder's really good Scotch. But overall, my favorite's Glenfiddich for sure. That's the one I like the most.
Balcones. Is that that's a Dallas bourbon?
I think so.
I've had Highland Park, which I don't know if it's not
she worked
for Highland Park, Texas, or Highland Park, Dallas, but I think it is a Texas bourbon. Let me fact check myself with my super expensive computer here.
Thanks for the sub, Jay Schmeat.
No, Highland Park is not from Texas. It's from freaking Scotland.
Not even this side of the planet. You're a little off.
Yeah. There's another Texas bourbon that's really good.
Doesn't hurt.
You build AI model?
What? Yeah.
I mean, there's like TX whiskey, but I don't know if that's technically bourbon.
School for a data science degree, and yeah, I've been learning a lot of just AI and machine learning.
Like it's a good investment of time.
Hey, exactly. I mean, I don't
Future for sure.
have much else to do either. So.
Ranger Creek,
Bunked up.
Treaty Oak, Ghost Hill. It's a cool bottle.
So much more, just like with YouTube videos. They do just so much.
Never heard of any of these. Balcones, okay, yeah.
Yeah. It's very focused.
Garrison Brothers, I've heard of that.
You're really gonna get like grad school and doing research, so like it's cutting edge stuff. There's a lot of like teaching you from the ground up. Back in 1980, this stuff was done. Even like computer science.
Kings versus tens. How I completely zoned out
I
here.
did too, yeah. Look down for 1 second. Bond's getting 3 bets by the Becky boy. Can't go anywhere yet with the tanks. Is going to defend his button. And we already seen a flop. What am I saying? Okay.
4
fine.
clubs on the turn, 2,500 in the pot.
Oh, Beck's going to check it over here after raise. I mean, after 3 betting. Very interesting. Kind of a weird spot to be in for Bond. He's going to put out. Look at this bet. It's cute. I love it though. 600.
Quarter pot.
Is Beck's going to go for the double check raise here? What are we doing?
That's such an annoying spot to be in.
Yeah.
This guy just check raised me twice. 600. 10
Dude.
on the river. Bond. 10's full of 5s.
Oh,
Once again.
I'm making it massive now. You ain't getting away from this one.
Oh.
Bex.
Bond
Dude.
on the heater of a
Dude.
lifetime.
What a time to bank a boat. 2 boats.
Turned 5s full of
10s
10s
full
earlier.
of 5s and
Yeah.
5s full of 10s. Come on now.
Oh,
This is gross. There you go. 4,000. Love
yeah,
it. Oh,
big
great.
old man bet from Bond.
Hanley bets.
4,200.
Bex is like, oh, really?
And
now?
what do you do with kings? I mean,
Oh,
you
this is
lose
so
to
gross.
exactly, I don't know, 3 hands, ace 5, 6, 7, pocket 10s,
8s.
8s.
I think actually, let's see. Bond called a 3-bet on the flop. Check, Bex bet and Bond barreled turn and is now overbetting the river. I think this is a fold from kings. But dude,
Beck's 3-bet
oh
pre.
dude, oh dude, and there it is. He's just giving it to him. Shows it. Oh my god. Oh, that's gotta be so gross, man.
$12,000 pot this time
baby.
for Bond. This man is running pretty nice in life. Nice hand to Bond and just rivering the 2 outer for serious cheddar cheese. Putting the hurt on these gentlemen here tonight. Well over $20,000 in his stack now. Probably more like 25K.
Oh yeah, he's got quite a lot. He
Golly.
is definitely the big winner on the nights, but that's how you go for value, folks.
Look, you got to maximize your value spots when you're running like this. This is what pays for your month. Sweet mercy. James Bond, that's right.
I'm seeing JD do all this. I'm just trying to copy him.
I also remember that.
Travis raising it to 150 with ace 8 of clubs. Raise and take it.
Someone said barbecue is so bad. What? It must be. What are you talking about?
Just like in general. We've surpassed 350 likes. We're at 355. Thank you to everybody that's joined in on the engagement with us for tonight's episode of TCH Live. We're playing 1025 No Limit Hold'em. This is Texas Card House, Dallas, right here off Harry Hines Boulevard. 10 minutes from the airport. The premier place to play high-stakes poker in the DFW area. Tournaments and cash games all the time. $300 tournament going right now. A room full of cash games going. This is the place to be playing poker. All for a pretty good price. JC raised it to 150 with the 3-6 of spades, so things are opening up a bit. Matt with the 6-4 diamonds, once again 3-betting JC.
Once again.
If people keep letting you 3-bet them, you better keep doing it. Bro.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly,
Matt has had no reason to stop doing this. This is free money. This is like where the pros make their money in these spots where it's like, all right, I'm going to keep 3-betting you until you play back at me, bro. Any kind of suited hand.
Yeah, we leave on the 2nd. I saw my wife, I was like, well, she's like, we'll leave on New Year's Day. I was like, well, you stay for New Year's Day.
A lot of discussion about what the Kings beat there, calling that huge overbet.
That's what I'm saying. Not much, man. Like, you lose to a 5, you lose to a set of 8s, you lose. There's also 0 bluffs in that spot is the worst part. There's really not a lot of bluffs that can take that exact line. I can't even think of one that makes a lot of sense. Your opponent could be going ham with like queens. You know, that's possible. I don't know if Bond would take that exact line with 2 queens. But yeah, you don't beat much. It's pretty gross. But I mean, you've got an paired board. It's hard for your opponent to have anything anyway.
Yeah.
At the same time, so I don't fault Bex for paying it off, but it is a pretty gross spot. There's a super polar bet on the end too. It's like either he's got nuts or nothing. So, but he had the nuts. Pretty gross.
10 of diamonds on the turn. JC with a spade draw and now a straight draw. Matt with 2 unknown cards and a broken card reader apparently. Almost doing his part. There we go, pocket 3s. There we go, Amber finally kicking everybody into shape. And so JC raised pre, Matt called, JC bet. Flop, Matt called, and JC continues betting 800 on turn with a huge draw. Matt with under pair of 3s, and JC's gonna take this one down. Matt giving him a little bit of life, not playing back at him that time. Put your cards over the scanner, people.
Yeah, it's once again that 5-seat dilemma where there's 2 scanners, there's 1 on each side, and it's easy for players to forget which one they were assigned to use.
Yeah, I guess the Queen's logic.
Matt Bond.
You're not 4-betting pre. Queens would call a 3-bet
It's Matthew Matt.
Well, yeah,
in position there.
No,
Yeah,
so
interesting
my,
discussion about the King's hand.
My mom loved the name Matt. She always wanted a son named Matt. And my dad hated the idea of having his son named after an object that people walk all over. So they compromised, and first name's Justin, middle name's Matthew. And my mom being the woman, she eventually gets her way. She just started calling me Matt, and it just stuck ever since. Yeah.
JC up into 225. JD finally 3-bets to 600 with the jiggities.
Yeah, JD has been
The J diggities.
the JD diggities.
Phil's going to call in between with the 4-5 of diamonds, trying to hit it big.
Trying to get in there, man. Yeah, JD's been oddly
A long game on that one.
quiet tonight. I was gonna say irrelevant, but that sounded mean. And how about this flop?
Yeah, not irrelevant. I think he's just maybe in a different gear today.
I just don't think he's had trash all night. I've been seeing his hands. It's just like fold, 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 fold. Like I said, I was really surprised that he folded the 9-8 though versus that 3-bet earlier.
I think maybe in a different spot where he's running hot, he just feels like splashing around, but
Wow, here we go. Whoa. Interesting
Whoa.
calls here.
9 of clubs on the turn. No one has a club. Open-ended now for JD.
Yeah, he's open-ended, but he's got a lot of showdown, and that club really sucks when you get 2 players that call especially from filling the big blind and JC behind. That's not looking good. I'm kind of surprised to see JC call with the ace-8 here, just because whenever you face a bet and a call, second pair top kicker is rarely good. And I think JD's probably just going to check it back, even though there are a lot of river cards you don't want to see. Yep, check. And an
Ace.
That's one of them.
That is one of the key ones that you don't want to see. Aces and 8s for JC.
I'd just check all the way around again, though, unless JC wants to go for some pretty raised within value here, multi-way. Yep. We're going to check all the way around for sure. Check. 2 pair is going to be the winner. The jiggity's no good.
Aces and 8s. The dead man's hand for Sir JC. Taking down another one. Thank you to everybody that's subscribed. All 1,031 of you watching now. Hope you're having a great week. Hope you took off this week between Christmas and New Year's. I, for one, did not. I'm working right now, as evidenced by my being here. But also, I worked all day today, too, which was kind of a miss. Like, our company basically has unlimited PTO, and I could have just taken off, and I didn't. It's like, oh, let me be a good employee. Being 4 months into a job, when in fact, like, no one's doing anything this week anyway. So I hope everybody gets some nice needed time off of work or whatever you do in life.
Well, for sure. Do anything fun for New Year's?
Not as of now. We're trying to, it's optimistic to think that we're going to be able to do anything, given that our son goes to bed at like 6:37.
It's really that early.
It's pretty early, yeah.
Oh
But I mean, then he wakes up at like 10 to eat, and then wakes up every hour and a half to torment us. So it's like, what is it, bedtime?
Oh, no.
We'd like to do something, but also it's hard to even fathom doing something past like 8 or 9 p.m. at this point.
Yeah.
What about you? Cooking?
I don't know. I'm thinking about having people over at our place, a little small gathering. Probably
Yeah.
about it. Yeah.
Some maybe famous Greg P. rolls like last time.
Potentially. It's probably going to make some like nachos or something. You know,
Nachos
good,
sounds
like,
delicioso.
big party.
That'll be great for the teeth.
Grab and go food. I mean, by then it should be all right. Eating actually hasn't been that big a deal lately.
Especially if it's on, you chew them with your front teeth. Or
Yeah,
whatever.
exactly. Yeah, it's not like I'm cramming it back there,
Right.
So
If you know what's good for you.
if I know it's good for you, exactly.
All right, so JD got 3-bet here by Phil. Out-pipped in every way.
See, this is. I want to talk to JD. I want to talk to him.
Somebody give this man a Celsius.
Yeah.
Might need a little caffeine boost.
Called 7-6 out of position, folds a 9-8 suited in position. 2 or 3 bets.
You know,
there it is.
sometimes it's just not your night.
Sometimes. And oh man, Phil shows it. JD says, well, you actually great that you didn't connect with the flop because I would have too, most likely, and we'd be playing a big pot. Thanks for the sub, Daniel Hanser. Project Phoenix says, is this a $5,000 table? Meaning like how much the table costs? I'm certain it probably costs.
Costs more than, at least the
Probably
full
costs more
system
than
is
that.
cost
Yeah.
well over that.
Yeah, for sure. In terms of people's stacks, I think everyone here has more than $5,000. I think that's. I think
that might have
was
been the minimum.
Yeah, I think that was the absolute minimum. for
Matt
this
open
game.
folds the ace-3 of hearts under the gun, +1 because Phil has ace-king suited.
He just knew he's not trying to give Phil back any more money. Oh, friendly game. You can raise if you'd like.
The straddle was on, I think.
Yes. Addy with 10-7, going to defend on the button. Not unreasonable. He's been rather quiet tonight as well.
Travis might look to squeeze.
Yeah, he's got a squeeze in hand.
His stack is a little
thin.
Yeah, a little thin. So this is
Maybe just call as well.
JC now just getting some pot odds. And Beck's now with his own suited connector. I mean, look at all these legitimate hands. Let's play a big one. 1,500 in this pot to a big flop. Jack 3-4, just about terrible.
No one has anything.
JC's
except a
got the
four.
best of it. Middle
Wow.
pair.
Let's play a big one. Brick.
5-handed, kind of got to play ABC poker. 4 on the turn.
4.
And JC, just like that, locks it up.
That's whack.
That is very whack.
That's kind of whack.
Put a small guy out there.
Yeah, put a little bit, a little tiny bet.
There you go.
400.
400.
Good size. Love that size. Heads up, you could probably go a lot bigger, trying to target Jack X, 9s, 10s, etc. But oh my God! And Bex with the stone
Not a good
airball.
spot to do that,
Oh,
as we
man.
can see.
Yeah, JC's repping a lot of strength betting into 5 people, man. And Bex is basically saying show up with it or fold, and unfortunately, JC's going to show up with it, man.
I think Bex may be thinking that he's seen JC fold to a few raises on flop and turn, and he might be
Targeting that.
targeting a hand that's trying to thin the field. But unfortunately, JC has got big, big cards right now.
Sure does. And is Bex going to have the heart to go for it on this river? Queen ball. Bex with 4/5 of his straights.
JC checks here. That'd be pretty saucy.
Oh, yeah. JC's
Giving Bex the absolute opportunity to
rip it.
or at least puts additional money in there. Nice, dude.
Yeah,
nice
check,
check.
check.
Oh,
Check,
but
check,
Bex
Yeah.
gave up.
Yep, it's got the 4, and that's a good give up by Bex.
Right. I mean, clearly
sure.
the result is
Picking the hand where you can take the
result is optimal, given that he tried to run a bluff on the turn. But props to JC for finding a check there, because giving himself the best opportunity to make a little bit more.
Yeah, for sure. Got some subs here now. Thanks for the sub Sunny Ba, subscribing Turk Skidoo, and Del1 Khan, I think. Delekin, who knows?
Thank you to everybody subscribing.
Yeah, had a lot of subs. We've seen pretty consistent growth on this channel. We TCH at the beginning of this year was at like 16,000, and now we are at 38.1 thousand. That's doubling.
I'll take a little
viewership.
credit. I'll take
we'll take a little bit.
a sixth of the credit.
Yeah.
Thank you to everybody that's subbed and been such loyal viewers of the stream. I know a lot of you probably watch this on mute, so that's fine too.
It's
but,
fine as well.
We appreciate
Not that you can hear us.
all of the fun engagement and feedback. You know, the stream is, in terms of production, it's gotten 10 times better from when we started about a year ago.
Oh, we saw Matt fold King-9 suited in the straddle. Maybe given that Phil decided to limp, might have played into his thought process there. But very interesting. Probably a very disciplined fold, actually.
It's crazy to think about. My audition with AA Ron down in Austin was basically like this week last year.
Yeah.
So I'm like right at a year of doing this, and it's crazy to think about.
Producer really putting us in the fire here.
Oh, drama! We're gonna turn this into a reality show.
Yeah. We've already decided you're the better looking one, or one of us
Well,
did.
somebody-
One of us did anyway.
Who deserves the credit? Somehow it says 100% Greg P, 0% Ben K. I don't want to see the results.
No, it's funny. It keeps going. I'm watching it literally like go back and forth.
Yikes, dude! I got too much identity wrapped up into this.
Stroke these egos for us.
Yes. Either way, we're a package deal, you know.
Yeah. I looked up and Bond won with a dominated diamond and just purely dominated.
Yeah, this one's just uncapped.
Oh man, let's see where the votes are going right now.
And shouts out to the OG down there in Austin, AA Ron, who is
Aaron.
a brilliant poker mind in his own right. Consistently repping it for the Austin stream down there.
That's why it was a smaller game last year.
Thanks for subscribing, John B. Taking his time off of
Makes sense.
the Outer Banks. Did you ever watch that show on Netflix? There's no reason you should have watched it.
No,
It's like a teeny bopper Netflix drama.
already lost me.
The main guy's name is John B. And it's a pretty addicting show, actually. Is that true?
I think so. Actually, yeah, I think so.
That's awesome.
Thanks, Pez.
That guy that plays another stream.
Pez says, I think I deserve the credit for Greg P. I told him at a table that they were looking for commentators. He didn't even watch before. Because Greg was too busy freaking jumping in the solvers.
As you can tell, I'm very
Jumping
involved.
into 2-5. Actually, I think back then I was probably still playing 1-2.
Dang, how
Yeah.
far you've come.
I know.
Moved into a mansion.
Yeah, yeah.
quit your dealing.
Project Phoenix, long question, but yes, the answer is yes.
All
Phil
the time.
actually, you were actually out of the room. Phil was under the gun. He was away from the table. He folded kings.
Oh, so
but,
brutal.
Oh, it is a little bit. But what was even funnier about that is that everybody else had just rags. And so he would have raised and everyone folded. So he probably
what's
avoided
worse?
some extra tilt there,
Yeah.
honestly, which I thought was pretty funny.
Sometimes you do got to get up and kind of reset the deck, or at least the perceived
Yeah.
deck for yourself.
Yeah.
If you're running bad.
Reset the mental game at the very least.
Yeah, queen of clubs on the turn. Matt picks up an open ender, and Phil with top pair is still well in the lead.
Yeah, apparently it just came out.
Harry Reid, like the Democratic Senator for the ACA.
King 8, still good for Phil. Versus a guy that, pretty tough player.
Yeah.
So 300 for value from Phil. Imagine if Matt raises here, Phil calls a lot. Just maybe getting a little sticky.
Matt does have a great hand to turn into a bluff. Can't think his third pair is good, but he's wondering how much full equity he does have against Phil. Yeah, and I think you're right. If he does, I think he's going to go for it. Oh, just pays it off. Very interesting.
And that, he got took to Value Town.
That is some thin value right there with the 8 kicker.
Matt with a first-class trip to Value Town. Roger Blake says, I was in a car with Elon and said electric is the future. For sure. Well, the world thanks you, Roger.
Here we go. The votes are pretty much dead even now on the poll.
Well, that's as it should be.
Yeah.
Praise God, because it would have gotten awkward there for a minute.
Yeah, maybe a little bit. I voted for you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Roger Garrison says no, but the actual Outer Banks rules. I love North Carolina. Yeah, I was stationed in North Carolina for a while. There are some pretty nice parts of it. The part I was in was not nice, but to the north, to the south of where I was stationed was really nice.
I honestly haven't been out much to the northwest. Need to get out there. Need to get up some Washington's, Morgan, and all that area.
North Carolina.
Oh, he said, oh God. I'm just on the wrong side of the entire country.
I know
right
you
now.
know. I know you know
Yeah.
the geography.
I don't know what I was
So I was
thinking
slow
there.
with it.
I've actually been up to the northeast coast a few times. Good Lord. I don't know where my head was at
Oh,
on
it's
that
been a
one.
long day, man.
Yeah. Still getting back into the swing of it, you know.
That's
I've
right.
basically been down for the count for 2 weeks. Tooth pains, no joke, man. Wow. Pure flow, Jack 9.
Queen of clubs on the turn. JD, 93% equity with just ace jack high.
Yeah,
Out of 28 votes, it's literally 50-50.
Yes.
Wow.
Which is fantastic.
That's awesome.
Thanks, guys.
2,000 from JD, not knowing he's betting for value.
That might have some evil intentions, though. On
This is a weird hand to do it with, though, because
Yeah,
you
for
don't have
sure.
any information.
No.
You don't have blockers to anything or unblockers to anything. This is what the kids say. JD's not the guy you want to try it.
No.
JD is. These two need to probably stay out of pots with each other if they know what's good for them. Bond winning 15,000. JC winning 8,500, and Phil unfortunately losing about 12,000. Bex also losing a stack of high society. We got a big poker game.
It's a big game.
And to me, this is life-changing money. So,
Yeah. To those of you out there that isn't,
what are you doing on YouTube?
genuinely happy for you.
Yeah,
But
I'm not. I'm
But
not
I'm
happy
not.
for you. I'm pretty bitter, actually.
yeah, man.
Blockers aren't real. Kind of like birds.
Watch it on the stream together.
Yeah, my opinion on blockers has actually changed a lot recently too.
Has it?
Yeah, they're really they really only matter. Let me put it this way: they matter the most when it comes down to large pots, right? Because then the ranges get so narrow that having that one card might reduce the combos of value or bluffs your opponent can have by like something like 25%. If you both still have very wide ranges, blockers
Like pretty
don't
insignificant.
Yeah, don't matter so much because then you might block 10%, 5% of your opponent's range, which isn't really enough to sway you one way or another. It matters the most in like the very close spots. Otherwise, you shouldn't give them too much relevance unless you're bluffing with something like the ace high flush blocker, something like that, where it's like you definitively block the nuts.
And can represent.
And can represent it. Yeah, they only really matter more in the margins. They matter when ranges are polarized. How about that? The most, and oftentimes that happens in big pots more so in the small ones.
I was thinking, what did you do about making 4K?
This is always interesting that it's like that people will still do this at high stakes where they're talking strategy at the table, knowing full well that there's some newer players at the table. Like you expect guys playing at this stake probably know what they're doing, but still, like, Bond's talking about combos of hands and stuff. Like, I don't think this is the place to do it because at a minimum, you're letting the weaker players know that there's additional elements to the game that they're not thinking about.
And on top of that, you're kind of showing your hand in the sense that, like, oh, this guy probably knows a little bit more about what he's talking about. I should be more cautious.
Right.
When
It
I
just
play
seems like a
against
net negative to do that. Unless you know every single player at the table is at an even level, everyone's studying, everyone's talking in terms of combinatorics and that kind of stuff. But
or your edge is so big that you don't care.
right, yeah, he's just crushing, which Bond is, so maybe he doesn't care.
Yeah, and on top of that, I mean, some people just like to talk about it because it's fun to talk about.
Sure.
Like, I can get that. I can get roped into that a little bit. I've very much come to the opinion of, like, don't talk a lot of strategy at the table. Like, just stop. Especially games around here. Like, First of all, people that are coming here for fun don't want to hear about that crap anyway.
Right.
So it's like
It changes the dynamic for sure.
just like chill it out. Let people that want to have fun, and if you're in a position to profit from it, all the more so. Let that.
And this is still a selfish game, like where when you're playing it, you only winning if you're winning.
Yeah.
Like helping others win is a negative to you.
Yes, it is.
Be friends off the table, talk strategy off the table, but if you're trying to maximize your individual win rate.
Yeah, I actually talk about that a lot in my new podcast, actually. Plug there, yeah.
Subtle plug.
Little plug. I haven't actually put out an episode for it yet, but I'm trying to get the ball rolling on it.
Great.
And I like to talk about stuff like that, off the felt stuff more.
Yeah, that would be really interesting because there's not a ton of that out there. Like there's people that are kind of like just talking about things happening in poker.
Yeah, either they talk about like news or it's like really, really heavily entrenched in the strategy, the hard theory, which I mean, it should be. That is most of what this game comes down to. It's just like, what should I do in these hands, in these spots? How should I be thinking about playing the game? But a lot of other things that don't get talked about that some people might find beneficial.
You have a target when you're going to release it?
Yeah, I want to release it in the first week of this coming year.
Sweet.
Yeah.
New year,
So
new you.
Next week sometime, I'll probably put an update out there. I'm on the Twitter as, oh God, what did I make my handle exactly? I don't even remember. I don't use Twitter much, but it's kind of necessary when you get this stuff out there. So
Twitter's pretty powerful for that kind of stuff.
a little bit.
Travis with the 9s and the small blind's going to 3-bet Phil to 700. Phil had opened the cutoff with Queen 5, which is interesting. Phil is going to come along with the Queen 5 off, maybe trying to press a bit to earn some of that money back. And technically rewarded, Ace Queen 6 outflops the 9s. But Travis has got a lot of aces there in the small blind, who 3-betting, but Phil's going to find out where he's at, trying to bet flop.
Doug R says Greg P release on the 8th of January. I mean, I might. What is there? Am I behind on something? Is there something happening on the 8th?
Not that I know of.
Tell me what's up, Doug. Tell me why I should. I'll take your advice either way, probably.
Going back to talking strategy at the table, as a guy that, you know, just stays parked at the lowest stakes possible, it actually makes you, like, if you're talking combos and stuff at the 1-2 game, you actually kind of make yourself look like a clown a bit.
No, a little bit.
Because it's like, if you actually were implementing that high level of stuff, eventually you would rise in stakes, I think. And so it's like you're not gaining anything other than maybe a little bit of pride by saying, yeah, I know how to measure combos and all that kind of stuff. When in fact, like, you are telling everyone at the 1-2 tables that, like, hey, I'm thinking about this game in a different way, so you should be careful. Like, you're just losing action, all that. I mean, I'll shut up about it, but I just think it's not a very good idea if you want to play poker for profit.
No, I agree.
Even for fun, like.
Yeah, unless, like, if you know everyone at the table, like, let's say
Sure.
you're, like, at a home game with, like, all your friends you know are regs or professionals or whatever, and you guys want to talk about it, you know, who cares? Or even if you're at a game here where 8 out of the 9 people there are all, like, either professional or consistent.
Or you play
regular,
every day with them.
Yeah, consistent regular players. Yeah, why not? You know, go ahead, read the room. But if it's you and one other guy just sitting there next to each other talking about hands the entire time, like, just stop it.
Dude, it's like not good for. It's not good for business, really. And you are a business.
Exactly. It's exactly right. It's not good for business.
Because like some people still play poker not knowing that there's
like definitively worse and better
optimal
players.
stuff to do. Yeah, like
Whoa, Jason just folds an odds of gun. Jason,
What?
Checked out? Where you at, buddy? Surprised by that one.
pocket nines.
Yeah.
All right.
Hey, man. He's gonna get 3-bet a lot. Why not? Just let him go. Maybe he's not feeling it right now.
I guess yeah. Everybody gets to play their money how they want to play. As it comes Jack 7-3, a little bit of something for JD and Matt. Phil just with ace high. JD bets a hundo. Quick call from Phil. Quick call from Matt. 5 of hearts on the turn. Queen 7 still ahead for Matt.
Oh, Doug R says it's his birthday. That's the well.
Jack on the in. Matt with 7s and jacks with a queen.
Let's see now why.
200. I don't know if this is going to get it done. 200 instant call from Matt. You got it. 7. So this is, yeah, I'm very much team mess with the guy that's over communicating.
Yeah.
The biggest, Doug R says, the biggest buzzkill is the bad beat guy at the table. I like to reply to those bad beat stories with, I gave more to a homeless guy than you lost just because.
Roger Blake says, curious if you make a bet with a stack, can you bring any back or whole stack plays? Typically, if you take a big stack and you touch the table with the entire stack and then count out chips and try to pull some back, you can't do that. That would technically be a string bet. So if you completely touch the table with the stack, that is a legal bet with the stack. Most people let you get away with it because, you know, most of the time it's friendly game, intent matters.
Yeah.
In friendly games and stuff like that. But if someone wanted to call the rule out on you, the dealer's going to enforce it. Mm-hmm. Or if the floor comes over, the floor's going to enforce it. So it's always just better to count out your chips, count out your bet behind the line. We don't have a hard betting line here, but count it out at all because we have what's called forward motion, where if you put the chips forward, then
and like the players aren't going to let you get away with that maybe more than once. Especially if you do the whole juke, put it in, pull it back.
Yes,
I mean, I'm going to call that out every single time,
like
unless it's like a very specific player situation.
Right. You know, it's like there are rules to the game. There are reasons those rules exist, and people are going to get annoyed about it. And Pez made a good point. If you do, like, this is what you really should do is like announce your bets. Either count it out entirely behind the line, or just straight up announce your bets. So verbal is is the best way. Oh man. Oh, I thought that 3 was an 8. But either way, Addy flops top pair, JC second. And how about a jack? How about top 2 for Addy and a gutter now for JC? Addy now checks it over. Very interesting check here. And how about a king? How about just the worst run out ever for
Queens and jacks.
Jack.
Any ace, any 9 pops him. He's good.
Yeah.
Now, JC might find a bet here with 13,000 behind, but he's going to check. Queens and jacks beats 10-8.
I love the slow fold. Yep. It was good the whole way.
I always think it's just interesting that the players at the lowest stakes that will like critique a bad player's play or berate a player and try to talk like strategy when like part of learning poker is understanding that you don't want to coach up the other players.
On top of that,
Like it's a sign of a not a good player if you're like critiquing or berating strategy at the table.
Yeah.
So it's like you're making yourself look like a clown more than you're making yourself look to be smart.
On top of that, are you really getting mad about people playing bad poker against you?
Right, exactly.
Like,
That's what I'm
like,
saying.
Are you
It's
really
like-
getting all that
So like
salty?
clearly you're not good at the game because you are fundamentally flawed in how you view this whole interaction. Like, yeah, there's days where it's frustrating to like get sucked down on all the time, but dude,
Yeah.
it's not the place to do it.
I mean, admittedly, there was a time when I was more full of myself in this game, and I did get frustrated when I lost against bad play, but now I love when I lose against bad play because guess what? I'm going to make more money the next time I see you.
Right.
Maybe, you know.
Right. It's
So-
like it's all about keeping a long-term perspective. If you get too sucked in the short term, yeah, absolutely, it's going to make you irritated.
Jorge Rodriguez says, Greg, I want to play you. Bruh, let's go. Come on in. Come out to TCH. Oh, we got some interesting dynamics here. JC woke up with the ladies. 2 black ladies in the hijack. Raised it up over a... raised it up over Travis's limp with 3s. Bex called, Phil called, and now there's a lot of dead money in there. And Travis is going to put in the old limp back raise. Such a fun play.
Travis all in with 3s and a triangle.
Yeah, why not, man? What does that what does that mean, I guess? I guess that means all in. And then JC, of course, going to ship it.
Maybe
Travis cannot love seeing that at all. Not at all.
JC's been running pretty nice tonight.
Yeah, he sure is. And he's getting it in about as good as you can possibly get it.
Yeah, I mean, if people are playing bad, it's like a emotional intelligence thing. It's like if you notice that there are people that are going to be donating, it's better. It's kind of manipulative, I guess, but also it's just better overall to be a decent person.
Right.
Deuce, deuce, 5.
No help to 3s.
He's a 4 or a 3. 7 of diamonds. He might have a diamond.
Might have a diamond.
He does have a diamond. The only diamond.
Oh,
Diamond!
no!
Queens!
Oh, but
Queens
it's
full!
Oh, dude!
Oh, man.
Whoa!
Oh, he thought he
Oh,
freaking sucked out,
God.
maybe. Oh, queen on the end.
Man.
The wrong diamond. JC continues his steamroll. Whew,
Woo, baby. That's gross.
That was a roller coaster for me.
Man, that was bananas. The one diamond he didn't want to see. Good Lord. Iron Bites says, Greg Potter, how do you learn not to be intimidated by big raises? Or, I imagine you meant overbets when the board is wet but you have nutted hand. I doubt myself a bunch. It's not a short answer to that question. You just gotta work on range construction. Okay, let me put it this way. The easiest way to not feel as intimidated, there's almost never going to be a time when you're not uncomfortable facing big bets in marginal spots. It's only like the best players are immune to that, but one of the biggest reasons they are is because they have a good bankroll. If you can take your value in those marginal spots or call and bluff catch in those marginal spots because you're not afraid of the money, because you're so overrolled, then you already have an edge against most players at the table. So that's probably answers A, B, and C is have a good bankroll. Second of all, work on range construction, and that's That's the long answer. Is you got to work on range construction and just feel more confident in your plays. And
Yeah.
poker's not a game of assurances. It's
Right.
it's
Living in the margins.
Yes, it is. It is living in the margins. So everyone knows how to play the nuts.
That's right.
You know, so you got to know how to play hands that are not in tough spots. It's just part of it.
6. Now Bond picks up a double gutter. Any 3, any 7 gives him a straight. Addy with king, queen high and 70% equity. I love the game of responses to people that say, you called with that, or the equivalent, like Usual Suspect says to them. You called with that?
You call with that trash?
Me, I'll play better in the future.
Yeah.
I stole this, but I like to say, sorry, you're the best. You're the best. You're the best.
You're the best.
Or
Yes,
like,
you are the best.
Or like, oh, did you leave it at home? And they're like, what? Your World Series bracelet. You won 2. Yeah. Like, there's so many fun things you can say where it's basically like, it's going to endear yourself to the rest of the table because everyone knows that person's a jerk. 9 on the end. King, queen still good if Addy can somehow get to showdown.
King high still good. Bond was calling with some double gutted outs. No, just a gutter. Just a gutter? How did this happen? Just a gutter, right? Maybe with some intention of bluffing later on. Addy going for 3 streets here. Big bets. Honestly, yeah, Bond is going to fold here, but there's not too many hands that go for 3 streets here. Is Addy, like, you're saying you have ace king, ace queen, maybe ace jack might go for 3 streets.
Nice play by Addy, taking out a nice $4,500 pot with king high.
Yeah, Iron Bite, man. If you want more advice, I'm gonna plug this new coaching idea I've had recently again. Hit me up. We can talk about it.
Gil Rilla says, bing bong, I wish I could teleport to Texas to play these guys.
Come on in, bro.
Byron.
Hop on a flight. Our Addy can slam a revolving door. We got Matt's opening up the king 10 suited. Phil gonna defend his button, ace tray, and Beck's in the straddle, queen 9 offsuits getting in there. And how about this flop? Best of it for Matt. Got kicker problems, but that's not too much of a worry. Bex is going to call. Queen. How about a deuce? How about a brick?
Kings and deuces with a 10. Bex was second best and only 3,700 behind. 6 on the end.
Chris says, I'd talk some coaching with you, Great P. Well, man, let's talk about it. Admittedly, I'll just be upfront about it. I don't play many tournaments these days. So it'd mostly be cash game stuff, though. Of course, I'd be happy to give my word on
There's
tournaments.
some, there's plenty of universal principles, I'd say. 600 and a call. Matt gets full value from his king 10. Nice. Way to bet on the end. 6, so he bets third pot river, and Bex quickly calls. Matt squeaking on another $600 of value. $100 straddle, let's go. Matt puts it on. Let's play a big one, folks. Yeah, Pez needs cash game help after winning 4,000 playing 1-3, no limit, with a $500 cap. Phil's going to limp the 7 deuces spades and the cutoff. He's got 23,000. He added on. He means business tonight. Addy, but ace queen off on the button. He's going to raise it naturally to 400. And Matt is gonna defend with King Jack and Phil. Not deterred with the 7 Dewey. Spades, 3-way action. King 10-5. So Broadway draw for Addy. Top pair with a Jack for Matt. Phil. Unfortunately whiffed this board with the 7 deuce of spades. Addy bets 800 with a gutter ball. Now top pair and a Jack has no reason to go away. Deuce on the turn.
Dogar, I put some contact info in the chat just below your comment.
10 of diamonds on the river, kings and 10s with a Jack. Stacks are growing tonight. We could. 2 pots in a row for Matt. Nick from Yuma. What's up, dude? Pez says, I know my weaknesses. Hey, it's hard to be humble when you just crush it in cash and tourneys. Yeah, it's got to be a good feeling to run like fire in that 1-3 game. Did you commentate that stream where he won 4,000? Pez?
I don't think so.
It's a next-gen stream. Yeah, he was the
I
only
think
winner, I think.
Yeah, he pretty much just ran over the whole table. It was great.
So Jason limps 100 with the 3s. Phil bumps it to 300 with ace-3. Beck's with king-queen off in the big blind. He's going to call. Matt with king-6 suited. Thought about it for a second, got out of the way. 9-5 for JD, and he's out of there. Jason with 3s, going set mining. Eight, 7, 9, 3s, technically still ahead, but probably won't survive a c-bet from Phil if he can find one. I think he gets it done with 300, bets 400. There's just no way I see Jason calling here with under pair, but I'm an idiot, so. Check bet call. Queen of diamonds on the turn now. So Phil's got to be thinking, there's no way I'm winning this hand with this board. But Phil's going to keep betting. Nice, dude. He's got more heart than me. He's going to bet turn and get Jason to fold on a very coordinated board. Man, RIP the cold brew coffee.
I know, man. I'm still mad
She's
they took
offering,
that away.
You know, okay coffee options, but we had this cold brew that was nectar of the gods.
It was seriously the next level. I was honestly kind of mad that they took it away. Like oh dude, Phil had it on piles.
Yeah.
I didn't even realize.
Yeah.
I was in my own world.
So yeah, he had a nice little stack of 1K chips in his pocket, clearly. So Phil bumped it to 250, Addy 3-bet to 700 once again, and JC with the AK and continuing his run. I think he bought in for 5, and he's up about 11,000 if he bought in for 5. I think this is a 4-bet opportunity on the button. JC taking his time to think it through. Make it like 2,500. 2,600. That was close. So Phil facing a 3 and 4 bet.
Yeah, I'm out.
Is out.
He's out of there.
Addy facing a guy that hasn't 4 bet all night with ace queen. You got to at least tread lightly. He's just going to fold it.
Good for the game.
Phil's
Show
gonna get it.
the nuts.
Gonna get his way. This is like a universal thing that people will like mess with you, like the human condition. If you say, "Hey, show one time," a lot of times people will just show it, and that's what they want you to do. So you shouldn't.
JC's up $12,000.
Whew.
Oh baby, man. That's a good day. Welcome to Dallas.
Yeah, that's a great day. 12K, bro. Phil limped King 9 off under the gun. JC with 7-6 of spades is going to come along. Bunch of weird hands here, three-handed. 10-9 deuce. Phil. Second pair with a king. Open fold from Jason. 200 from Phil. JC with a gutter ball and backdoor spades. Might, but he does not. Yeah, good for the game. I mean, admittedly, I've used that in the past, like, because it works sometimes. Like, show a bluff, good for the game. And sometimes it is good for the game. Like, if you show a sicko bluff that gets people riled up, that can be good for the game. But oftentimes, it's really just to serve their own interest.
Yeah, for sure.
Thank you for subscribing. Q's1. Nick from Yuma, don't spoil it. My wife and I just finished the first 3 Matrix movies in preparation to watch this new one. As Jason's preparing to put the hurt on with the 2 ladies. Raising it to 300.
And the first raise from Jason all night.
And this is, yeah. It's the tough part about not raising many hands pre is you get action on your premiums.
That is exactly
Phil will
correct.
be pipping at 41%, which is, as they say, good for the game.
Yes, yes.
Trey Smith asked what brand cards you use. These look like Faded Spade cards, which is a relatively new card brand that hit the scene a few years ago. They make a pretty good product. I've got some at home. Not the RFID ones, but the regular ones. Even though I haven't had a home game since freaking 2009. JD with pocket 8s on the button. Raised to 300. Michael Tilton says, I'll show bluff when player's already on tilt. 8s and 6s. Jack 9 deuce, all hearts. Addy with the only heart. A hero's heart.
The heart of a hero.
The heart of a hero.
Let's go check, check. 5. Relatively inconsequential.
Yeah, every year he goes skiing. Yep. Ram's awesome. Ram's awesome. He's fun to play with. He's a really good dude.
And Addy's going to get there with the heart draw. JD put out a small bet on the turn for value / protection and got the worst card of the deck. So probably might go check, check.
Yeah, 6 of hearts can't feel that great, but
No,
good
cannot.
enough to call.
I haven't played much with
JD started to flip over his hand and then realized Addy had a flush. And Addy's continuing to reign supreme. I dig the Faded Spades much better than the Copags. Nothing beats the KEM or Kim cards, however you say them. Those are my favorite. Those are the ones that are kind of like the OG plastic cards. They're also super expensive. In Faded Spade, trying to like make a middle ground between the Copag and the KEM cards, which they do a pretty good job. They got good art, like good graphics and good quality materials, but the KEMs are hard to beat, or Kim, however you say it.
Right.
Those Kim cards are like $20 a deck. Poker supplies are one of those things that I know I'm never going to use at home, but I'm always like, I could buy a new deck of cards.
I can get a new deck of cards.
I should look at this new chip set. I should look at these like used Paulson chips. And have this really high quality clay chip set.
Yeah.
For this home game I'm never going to run. Once I get rich and I'm in like a golfing community, I can start a home game again.
We see a five-way flop here. JC's got it, man. Puts out some money, and unfortunately, nobody's got much to fight back with. And JC gonna drag yet another pot. Has this guy lost a pot yet?
Very few.
If it has, it's been like one.
I don't like Copacs because one, they mark easily, they crease pretty easily, and I don't like the feel of them or the overall aesthetic of them as much as the KEM cards, I think. Like, I really like the KEM jumbo decks, whatever, like where the font is jumbo. It's pretty, I like those the best, I think. But also, it's all personal preference, whatever. Derek Data, Ben, you gonna play the big one this Saturday? I doubt it. But no, there's no way. Because like, I'm not gonna play a tournament where I know I'm not gonna buy in for a second bullet. It's just like, no way I'm gonna pay $1,000. Just not rolled for it. Maybe the Friday. I might play the Friday turbo again since I'm off work on Friday. Or we could.
Right, they have a Friday turbo now. Oh man, did Bex just rip it? Yeah, he just ripped it. I'm actually really surprised to see the jam here from Matt with the Queen Jack. That's a hand that plays pretty well. It's just a call, especially from an under the gun range. And if you get ripped on, you are not loving it.
So yeah, Matt 3-bet to 450, and then Bex just ripped it back with 2,600. And Boswell says, I like how easy they are to read. Some of the Kim decks get too fancy. I do like Faded Space. Yeah, fair point. I'm thinking about asking if I can play Friday.
Yeah.
I got a huge pass yesterday to come play the tournament, and I think I probably sold it where I cashed and was back within like 3 hours, and so
Cashed, but what should you profit?
right, big difference. It's all part of the long-term squiggly line, as I say.
Oh, here we go. This is going to get spicy. Bond's probably going to put in the 3-bet here if I know anything about him. And it seems I might know something. Big 3-bets. Love it, especially with the limper behind. Matt is forced to fold the ace-9. And look at all that. Look at these folds. This is exactly why 3-betting is fantastic. Eddie says, all right, Bonds. All right, I'm going to let you have it, even though I had you dominated.
And Bond hasn't lost very many hands tonight either. This is the benefit of running good, is that people will respect your pre-flop 3-bets a little more frequently. Yeah, Pez, maybe I can fire the Friday tournament and run super deep, and then you can just stake me for the $500 since I showed results for the Saturday tournament. It's a great deal, I think. And I'll only give you 1.5 to 1 markup since I rate that. Jason races to 300 with King-9 of spades. Addy just calls with the A10 Warthog, and Bond with Ace-Queen as well. It's going to change gears a bit on the button. Just calling.
I like just a call.
Under-repping his hand a smidge.
I mean, Jason hasn't played any hands. We saw the results of that with the queens. And
True.
He opened in first position to everyone else, so I like just to call with ace-queen there, especially with Addy in between.
And he actually flops kings and nines.
Best of it by a mile. Fortunately, no one's got much to pay him with. He's got his board kind of locked. But he's betting strong here. Bond might be thinking about some evil intentions with the ace of diamonds. Yep, does come to the conclusion that probably gonna have to let it go, especially with Matt behind him. And Jason not gonna get any more value, but he is gonna drag the pots. Take it on down right now.
$2,100 pot, $1,000 profit. So Phil and Bex losing about $11,000 each. Bond up $14,000. JC up $13,000. His first night on stream. This man is plugged in the printing machine. Printing some of those dollar bills, y'all.
No, I think you got one. I think you got caught up. I'm just, we're leaving it a little bit.
Every time they come, we just bring it on.
No, they're always a little bit behind.
Bond's got aces.
There we go.
Raising it to 150 US dollars. Why don't you go raise and take it? JD looks interested. 10-7 suited. The ace is killers.
Let's find out.
Heads up. 22,000 effective. Jack 10-4. Second pair for JD.
Does pick up second pair. It's probably going to go bets, and JD's probably going to see a turn card. Got no backdoor clubs, though.
Five of diamonds. Bond has the ace of diamonds.
Hammerlock on this one. Guys, we're 100 likes away from 550.
Let's go.
Let's pump it up. Keep up the momentum. And Bond not afraid of the diamond with the ace of diamonds in hand. Puts out some more money.
375. Squeaker.
Little squeaker. Don't think it's unreasonable, though, as a jack's probably not going to call too big of a bet. And yep, JD is going to lay down second pair. And Bond not getting the max, but getting some.
Winning a
So actually,
small one with aces is fine.
Probably got the max from JD's exact holding.
I think it'll be all right.
These stacks are pretty significant. We could, I mean, let's see a $40,000 pot. We've seen all stacks get in,
Like, you want one from him? And I was
or we've seen stacks, entire stacks get in. Stacks are now larger. There's nothing saying that can't happen again. The $100 straddles out there. This is a big poker game. Bond with ace jack now, and the hijack makes it 300.
2 in a row for the Bond. Looks like he's going to get a kill pots. Oh, excuse me. There was a straddle on.
Phil wants to defend his $100 out there. He's got a legit hand, 8-7 suited. Not
Jack,
anymore.
Jack in the door, though.
Jack 6-10 2 spades. He's got a inside straight draw, and Bond has got top with backdoor nut spades.
Like Bond's sizing here, 525. And is going to take it on down.
So for those that are new to the stream, the pink chips are worth $500. The large blue chips in the front are $1,000. The blacks are $100 and the greens are $25. The red chips are $5 a piece. Sometimes you'll see a bright yellow chip come out that's worth $5,000, but things have to get real out of hand for those to come out.
It's rare that the big birds get put in play, but those are the pots we're dreaming.
Yeah, absolutely.
I love it. Their chicken bread steak is so good. I just can't get that anywhere.
Bex with 2 threes is unfortunately going to get 3-bet here by Matt with Big Slick. First premium hand. I think this is the first premium hand Matt's had. Real primos. And Phil cold calls Jack 9 in the small blind, or third blind, excuse me. And Bex is going to complete. Trying to mine for sets, though he's pretty shallow stacked, honestly. And Phil with top pair wouldn't have been an unreasonable board to lead on, even into the 3-better. I take that back. It's not true. Matt is going to take a stab at it, though, with ace-high, no redraw. Probably looking to check back a lot of turns.
All right, let's slow it down a little bit.
10.
Second pair at the straight draw over to Matt.
I was a little scared when I hear that.
Check, check, indeed.
That skill, I just run good. That's all it is.
And a 5.
100% run good.
Phil checks. Matt actually has a reasonable enough amount of showdown with ace-high. There's not much he can get to fold. This board being overall better for Phil. Check, check.
Mine's good.
Mine is good.
You know, can't hit all of them, Matt. Golly, we're already on the last hour of the stream.
I know.
This one has gone pretty quickly. It's 9:09. We need to get to another 90 or so likes to get to 550, which would set a record. Some kind of record. If you're interested, hit that like button for us. Really appreciate everybody checking out the stream tonight. Ben K, Greg P. With you since 6 p.m. Central Time. We're in Dallas, Texas, as it says clearly on the felt there. This is TCH Live. We've been playing 10, 25, 50, and things have turned up a bit, and we're playing 10, 25, 50, 100 now. Thanks for all the new subscribers and all the likes, the good engagement in the chat. Glad all of you were here, and hope you have fun New Year's plans coming up.
Yeah, I hope so. Bond defends a straddle with the suited wheel ace. Matt with Kojak. Does not c-bet this board. Interesting. Queen comes on the turn. Bond still good ace high. Matt checking back king high.
These guys don't want to tussle with each other. They've got
I don't think
basically
so.
even stacks,
Yeah, that's probably.
and there's enough spots at this table that they can leverage their edge a little more.
Yeah, I think Matt was probably thinking that exact thing. It's just like I can tell Bond's probably, game recognizing game a little bit,
Right.
and maybe not wanting to tussle so much with a strong player. Though c-bet on the flop. That being said, probably would have worked. Bond now trying to get a better ace high to fold, I think. Any ace jacks, the ace jacks of the world, the ace kings of the world, ace nines. And Matt thinking about it, king high, lets it go. Bond, unbeknownst to him, value betting, or maybe it was, who knows.
Bond has lost very few pots tonight and is winning a significant amount of US dollars. Thanks for subscribing, Ryan Risher. Thank you to all of our new subscribers out there in TCH Live land. We do this basically every night. Be back tomorrow night, 6 p.m. Central Time. Greg P. and Sir Ben Miney doing their thing. We usually play 5, 5, 10 on Wednesday nights. Plenty of poker action tomorrow night as well, and live from Austin on Thursday night. JD with Q10 and the cutoff raises it to 150. Jason on the button with 3-5 of hearts is going to immediately 3-bet to what looks like 450, which is an interesting spot. So quick 3-bet from Jason. JD immediately folds, and Jason shows. And like everyone knows by this point, I'm a JD fan. And what I'll say is, flexing a bluff in JD's face is...
Oh, it's got to be the best feeling in poker.
It's got to be a good feeling, but it's probably
Dangerous.
not going to go well for you
Yeah.
in the long run if this man targets you.
You're flicking the tiger's tail.
Right,
and no
right.
problem.
Like, it
like,
works
all right.
every time until the last time.
The other hand was king nine of spades and I bought king pair. And I damn sure didn't want to buy chasing diamonds. So fuck it.
So funny how JD's the keeper of the remote.
Is he? Oh, that's
Yeah.
funny.
He's like
He's like, you know
changing
what? This
channels.
is my damn TV. We got Phil with Kojak on the button, and Bex ace deuce of clubs. And how about just the nuts, or the, I guess second nuts? Bex just flops it, man. Look at this friggin' flop. And a queen ball.
Oh, flops the freaking wheel?
He bets the turn. I actually I would be very tempted to check this over to Phil with intentions of check raising, as that queen's often very, very good for him. And you can get some value from his bluffs. But he goes out trying to get the value now.
Flopping the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's what we call the nut low.
The nut low, indeed.
10, 25, 50, 100 US dollars, 185 in there before any cards are dealt.
You made your own account there, JD?
He's literally got his own Netflix account.
That is actually awesome. I think that's hilarious. JD under the gun, ace-6. That hand looks like the nuts compared to what he's had all night.
Yeah, I have a feeling this last hour he's going to turn things up a bit. Bex with 10s.
Shipping it. Says, we're all in. Yeah, short stacked. I like this. This is a good.
He didn't say it, so it's a string bet.
Oh, really?
He wanted to put all of it, but he just...
Always an at your bets, people. Yeah, I like the jam here, as short stack as he is.
3,075.
Phil's saying, do I want to gamble? Do I want to put in some gamble? Does not. Maybe. Does not.
This would be a big call with 4s, even if, like, Bex is technically short stacked. It's not as relevant here compared to a tournament. Calling 3,000 pre with pocket 4s feels a little loosey-goosey to me.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, if you think Bex is ever doing this with ace king or whatever, and you want to flip for 6K, why not?
Right.
You know, chip it. But if Bex...
But it's optimistic.
Yeah, it is. It's exactly what it is. It's optimistic.
And you know, we should live our lives optimistically, I think. I'm not great at that, but I think there's probably better spots.
Yeah, I'd say so. Let's a go. Cumulative winnings, once again, half the table's kind of donating to the other half tonight.
Yeah.
Almost perfectly evenly.
That's funny.
It is funny. It's rare that that happens. Usually it's like one person's winning, everyone else is losing.
Right.
It's a team sport today.
This is a strange team sport.
Yeah, for sure.
Kings against Bond.
Just at 10 right there.
Flop was 2 5s.
You know 5's my favorite card. So you should have known 2 times 5 is 10. I got there.
JD's like the dad of the table. Yeah.
Well, yeah, they're multiple.
Yeah, he's controlling the remote.
Not letting anybody else.
Yeah.
Phil limping 100 with Jack 5 of clubs. Matt and JD come along. Queen 9, Ace 5. Jack 9, 6, all hearts. So JD actually leads the way with Ace High and the lone heart. Phil with top pair. Matt with second pair. Queen of hearts. Now that's interesting. Queens and 9s for Matt. JD with a little squeaker flush. And Phil with the worst of it. He's going to try to represent a bigger flush. Just a call from Matt. Now JD's like, well, I have to fold my 5 of hearts now, right? I don't know.
Yeah, I'm out. I can get on board with the fold there. And
Can't imagine you're any good there with a bet and a call.
oh, dude,
Nine's full for Matt.
Ooh. Oh my God. Well, if he was afraid of a flush, he isn't now.
Yeah, now he's praying that Phil has a flush.
Phil says, I got no hearts. Got a jack. No good. Boats. Good thing you didn't bet, sir.
JD knows that he made the incorrect fold on the turn. Results based on results. But he dodged one.
He sure did. Iron Bite, I got it, bud. I'll get back to you sometime tonight, sir. Thank you. Pissed that JD's got the thermostat locked to 73. Yeah, I was thinking about making a thermostat joke. Dads are one to do that. And I relate to that now because sometimes my roommates just crank it. And I'm like, guys, We all pay money here.
So Jason's got aces and raised it to 150. Phil, quick call. Addy is now. This is going to, as you say, create a cascade of calls.
Cascade of calamitous calls.
That's right. Matt, his favorite 3-5 off.
Why not? Let's go.
So now you're playing a 4-way pot with aces out of position. This is less than ideal. 3
and a 5,
5,
dude, and a 9 for Addy. And Jason's got
Oh
aces.
my God.
Oh,
Matt
my
flops
Lord.
bottom 2 pair. Jason's got an over pair, and Addy's got top pair with a queen.
Oh my
and
God.
Phil's in there,
Man.
calling with the king high.
Addy might just raise here for a little bit of protection. This one's gonna play weird. I can guarantee
Yeah,
you. Yeah, Addy's gonna raise
This whole
it,
hand
and now
sucks.
Now Matt's gonna be like, "What the heck do I do here with 5 tray? This is the weirdest position to be in. I bottom 2, and there's a bet, a call, and a raise. I don't know, man.
Do you just fold
I
3s
might-
and 5s?
I might just fold.
I mean, because what do you? I mean, you're supposed to 3-bet bottom 2 pair.
You could 3-bet bottom 2, and he is
And he
gonna
does.
do just that.
Matt's no punk.
It's not. You definitely don't want to just cold call. There's I don't think there's much value in
Yeah,
that.
cold calling really puts you in a predicament. 'Cause you have
Jason
no idea.
Jason though should fold. It sucks, but you gotta fold here.
If Jason thinks too long about this, he could talk himself into something weird here where it's telling himself that Addy's trying to steal, and Matt knows that Addy's trying to steal. And so Matt trying to raise him off of it, and maybe aces are still ahead.
Yeah, that's a lot of things to go right.
Right, right. I've thought these thoughts before. This is what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's still not a spot. It's not an enviable spot either. Honestly, this is probably just going to get folds all the way around. At least I think it should, unless somebody decides to get sticky. Yeah,
Good fold,
good
good
fold. Good fold from Jason. A lot of people get married to those aces, man. Addy can't love it.
This looks super strong from Matt. I mean,
Oh, this is about as strong as it gets. It's like you have a set or 2 pair. There it is. Yeah, it's got
hey,
it.
look,
got
Phil
it.
got him to do it again.
Yes,
Show
he
it, man.
did.
You haven't shown
Yes,
all night.
he did.
Call when we get there on the turn.
Human nature. So now you reinforced to Jason that he made a great fold. Yeah, I don't. You got a table with Bond, Matt, and JD at it. There's probably better tables to pick. Now, granted, this is the highest stake in the room.
On the island of Lanai,
Yeah, probably.
they have there's 3,000 people, and they had
These guys are kind of hurting their
access gear problem.
customer base by playing on stream because we get to see that how good they play.
Access gear on this little tiny island.
So what's an axis do?
It's like a whitetail, but has bigger
Phil gonna
antlers
limp in
and white
9-6
spots
suited
on
under the gun.
Yeah.
Bond,
they have
king
them
out
in
of
South
spades.
Texas.
Do I eat them still?
Yeah. It's same as regular.
JD waking up with
Whenever
it.
you're pulling into
He's probably licking his chops a little bit. First real hand he's had.
the headlights into a pasture, and you just see thousands of little shining eyes.
And JC now, only hand that can really call, though. 7 shrivel up pretty quick here. But he is going to put in more money.
That's the whole thing. So they're originally from India, and I guess some prince or king gifted it to.
Oh, and a 7. Oh, but he got it. Oh, but he got one. Oh, man.
JC versus JD now. JD might be saved given that he whiffed this board, but if it comes heart, ace or king on turn, it could get expensive.
Yeah, honestly, I'm kind of surprised to see JD betting here with exactly ace king. He does have a lot of turn cards that he can double barrel, but it's hard to find what he like. He's trying to get like, I guess 5s minus to fold. Or 8s, but now, yeah, this is terrible. I'm asking, when can I fold? Check, or Chikaruski. There it is.
Four niner to a straight. Bottom set's definitely vulnerable. of hearts on the end changes nothing.
Yeah, Judy probably once again going to check. I don't. I mean, yeah, JC did check the turn, but I don't. That card could just as scary for JC if he has a jack. So it's not unreasonable that he would check a lot of paired hands here, when in fact he does have a set. Now I think once check 2, he's got to go for value. Small bet would be great. It's perfect. Boom.
Nice, 1/3.
Love it. It's 1/3. And JD's out. Yep. That's unfortunate. Not the max, but definitely got a good chunk.
JC almost
Hitting a
over
set.
20,000 US dollars, 4xing his buy-in. New player?
Yeah, it looks like someone took Travis's seat. Oh, it's oh god, that's embarrassing. I don't remember his name, but it'll tell us in a second.
Oh, I didn't realize Travis left.
Yeah. Oh, he's
Kinda
out.
disrespectful.
He ripped it in with those threes.
That's right, didn't come back.
Yeah. And oh, not who I thought it was. Not at all who I thought it was. I was not expecting the beard.
I think he said his name was Neil.
Well, nice to have you here, Neil. Looks like he's got about 5K in front of him. Gonna limp in with something. First hand, welcome to the table.
Neil and I. Can you beat Neil number 2? Or, no, you're back. You're fine. Yeah, back.
We need 12 likes, y'all. We got 36 minutes to make it happen in our like goal of the night. How about we just break right through it? How about 5:15? 5:15. That's all I want.
I think, did we set 550 or 500?
What was it? I don't know.
it
5:50 then.
Might have been 550, 70 to go. Still a very small number. Can we do it? We've got 35 minutes. Really appreciate everybody hitting that like button for us. Good for the game. 150 from Neil with 2 unknown cards. JC with middle pair, 1 club.
Neil bets out with something. JC going to defend second pair.
Dude, this guy Matt is relentless.
He is not
Any
gonna let
position where there's some amount of weakness, this man is in here raising. Like, most of the spots he's chosen to raise flop have been correct.
Ooh, Neil woke up with big slick first hand. Oh man, and JC can't be loving that.
Trap. They're going to pull you in there. No.
And yeah, gets the folds, man. Good raise there.
Golly.
Just taking down
This guy
all
is
this money.
not trying to friggin' realize he's equity. He's just trying to get everybody out of there. And it's just a great spot. Like, that's like a textbook squeeze. Bet, call in between, and now you're forcing these two guys to wake up with big hands. Puts Neil in the tough spot because he's got to have a good enough hand to call even with a player behind. Yeah, this guy Matt. I'm impressed.
Hayden Bingham says, y'all got any tips to make your GF like poker? Ugh.
Ooh.
None.
It's, I mean, I would say table selection is key in terms of if your girlfriend is the table. Because, you know, picking ones that are open to the idea is a good place to start instead of trying to convert
later on. Yeah, it's pretty hard.
It takes a certain kind of person to be like, yeah, I mean, it's cool that you lost $1,000 tonight.
Yeah.
It's totally cool. Also, you've been gone for 14 hours today.
I was about to say, it's poker's not a game that is, especially if you take it seriously and are a super reg or trying to be professional, it's not a game that plays well with relationships. You gotta spin the wheel on that one a little bit, or at the very least, just have a lot of. You and your partner gotta have a lot of trust, you know, because if they don't understand it, they need to at least understand that you know what you're doing,
right,
and that you're not playing outside of your means or gambling away rent money or something like that. It's
like a basic display of wisdom and self-control. All good traits to display to your partner.
And communication.
Communication, yeah, like from the get-go, it's like, hey, I mean, it just goes into everything. It's like if you have a
Yeah.
good relationship, if you're married or dating the right person, and you have a relationship that is based on trust and open communication, then it's not like, oh, so you've just been out gambling with your buddies.
Yeah.
Like if you're both open to enabling each other's hobbies and interests, that's a different story than just be like, hey, babe, I'm going to play poker, deal with it. It's like, you're getting divorced.
So you're going to lose that one, but that's going to be a loss. I say this a lot, so I got insanely lucky with my girlfriend. Her first message to me was a poker pickup line, so
Nice.
I felt like from the get-go it was kind of at least a little bit of an embracing thing. We got an interesting hand here, Bring, though. JD opens up 7-6 suited in the cutty, and Phil with the quote jack and small blind, and Bondy Boy gonna put in the cold 4 with ace 5. I love it.
Nice little textbook range merge, I think.
Yeah, a little bit. Especially given that JD opened in the cutoff. There's a 3-bet from the small blind, of which are going to be wider ranges than normal. And look at this. Phil putting in money out of position.
Hard to bluff a guy that's not folding much.
Yeah.
And flopping top 2 pair.
Jeez.
So Phil makes a big overcall pre and flops top 2.
Yeah, I think I'm just... This sucks a lot, but I think I'm just giving up as Bond.
Could this be Phil's reckoning to get back to even?
Oh, man. Bond is still going to go for it, though.
If it becomes an ace on the turn, it's going to be tough. 850, very small bet.
Phil going to double check his cards. Do, in fact, I have top 2. I do, indeed. I'm putting in the check raise. We're super deep, and I want to play for piles with this hand. So just a call from Phil. And a 3.
So a wheel draw, a sliver of hope for Bond.
Alice Acuna says, tell me what poker pickup line she used. I'm going to have to go back and find it. I don't remember what it was exactly, but I remember I was kind of like...
Taking it back?
This one's probably a pretty good one. And turns out I was right on that.
So Bond really thinking this through. 5,000 in this pot. This is turning into a significant one.
Oh, dude. Oh, dude, and he's going for it.
And Bond's no chump. I mean, this man just put in 3,700.
He did pick up the gutter.
3,800.
He picked up the gutter with the 3. I think that's the only reason he's continuing to bet here. It's going to be rough stuff when Phil
inevitably
raises at some point. He's got it. He's got it, right?
I think you got to make it 10,000 here.
I probably wouldn't go that large.
I mean, that's less than 3x.
Yeah, but the SPR would be so infinitesimally small by the river that
that's true.
It's I mean, which isn't like always a bad thing, but yeah, you don't want to scare your opponent away. But Bond is going to get some very bad news. Yep, there it is, 9,000, and Bond says, "All right, not loving that."
So you're saying maybe make it smaller to keep hands like this paying,
I mean,
or the chance of weaker hands paying.
Potentially.
Queen 10, King Queen.
I mean,
Ace Queen.
Bond is never calling here anyway, but it's hard to find any sort of bluff at all that does this whenever you reduce the SPR so low. It's just kind of gives it away a little bit. If you raise smaller, you can keep your opponent's ranges a little wider to call. If you start raising too big, they can only call with the top of the range. You know? Yeah, Bond not loving it. Puts in the fold.
$18,000 pot.
Man, there it goes.
Surprised the table didn't say, "Show us, Phil. Show us." Show one time. Nice hand to Phil, chipping back up a bit. I meant to say earlier that I too dated and then married well up above my
shot above.
What's the saying? Outkicked my coverage.
Right.
Significantly.
Punched
Not because like I get to
above
play.
your
Not like I get to play poker like maybe once a quarter, but in terms of life, my life significantly improved. It's like my house is cleaner overall.
Yes.
More organized. You know, my wife is like very wise and is funny, and you know, you know, I'm trying to suck up, clearly.
Yeah.
But she is legitimately great. I mean, I have a 8-month-old, and I'm sitting here with you commentating
Yeah,
a poker game.
most wives ain't letting that happen.
I mean, and it's also because I'm not a jerk at home about my hobbies. It's like, I'm not trying to force it, saying, like, I've got to play poker this week. It's more like, hey, in a month, you think,
I can get this day off?
Right.
Oh, dude, we'll get back to all
Kings
this.
versus Ace-King suited, facing a 3-bet from Matt with 9-6 suited. Bond said, all right, I lose one big one previously, but it's time to make it all back. Although JC, who's running even better than Bond.
I'm not loving this action, though. It's kind of a rough spot to be in. I think, in theory, it's correct to come in for the 4-bet here with Ace-King.
JC, I mean, are we about to see like a $38,000 pot?
I don't know, man. I mean, if JC 5-bets, I'm out as Bond. I'm gone. Ace-King
That's
just
true.
shrivels up so fast. And, I mean, the only way you're really loving it with Ace-King is if you're against exactly queens and you get it all in pre-flop so you can realize 100%. Otherwise, you're going to whiff flop lot.
Yeah.
And I'm not loving that. But this is gross.
But JC
here.
probably has to 5-bet, right?
With everyone else behind, yes. Normally, it sucks because if he 5-bets, he's just going to get a bunch of folds. But with other players behind, like, you don't want to let them in with. You don't want to see this flop 4 ways. Oh, dude, I didn't even see Neil. Neil was in there with the 6th tray in the big blind.
It's like, Neil, this isn't that game, bro.
Yeah. This is actually a really gross spot for JC. I mean, pop it to like 5K, you know? You and Bond are deep enough. That's a reasonable enough sizing here. And for those of you that were wondering, the pickup line was cute guy, nice smile, great beard, and a cute dog. I'm all in on that. And I was like, all right.
Did she know she was making a poker pickup line?
Yeah, because that was in my
bio.
My Bumble profile, yeah. Was that I was a professional poker player. Thanks for the sub, Lazy 383. Laz 383. Close enough. And yeah, this is how much did you make it? Yeah, 5.3. That's a nice sizing there. Oh man, and Phil asked how much. What did he say? Dude, no.
What?
Dude.
No, this is all an act, right?
Is he gonna get? Yeah. Fold. He folds. Neil's way out. Says, "What was I even in there with?" Bond. Yuck.
I think Bond knows.
It's like, how much you got, buddy?
Yeah, there's JC's like, I mean, I hope you don't have aces, but also I have kings, so I'm not going anywhere ever.
Oh, such a gross spot with Ace King, man.
The usual suspect says, my wife's boyfriend doesn't play poker.
Yeah, that's yeah.
So, Bond deliberately thinking through it. I think he'll find a fold. It sucks to fold ace-king suited because it is a premium in its own right. But
Exactly.
this man has not made a single 5-bet or even really 4-bet.
I mean, nobody has.
Right. I think this is the
four bet range is aces, kings, queens. Like a lot of people aren't even 4-betting ace king or 5-betting ace king. Maybe not even queens. So it's like aces and kings, of which you have blockers to both. Yeah, yeah, this sucks. I'm not loving this. This is horrible. I mean, if Bond rips it here though, JC's not exactly loving a call with kings either. It's just kind of like,
it's like, are we really about to play a $40,000 pot, aces versus kings?
Oh my god.
And this is a legitimately tough spot for Bond. Like he doesn't want to get punked by this guy that he doesn't know on his left, but also, yeah.
I don't know what he said. Oh yeah, he's folding. That's a fold. Folds it. Nice fold.
Show it. Biggest hand of the night. Let's show it.
Biggest hand of the night.
Not the biggest hand of the night.
Yeah, not actually. 2 kings. Someone said ace king, see a flop. Nope, I'm out.
Nice fold by Bond. This man's
fold.
a good poker player.
Yeah.
JC now winning well.
Dude, man, Bond
More
was
than-
up 15K. Gave some to the already winning player, JC.
17,000 this man is winning.
That's welcome, sir. I think we'll see you again. I have a
And
feeling.
this is the game. It's everybody lets him win big the first go, and that gets him hooked for the next year.
That's what they hope, you know. Thanks for the sub, Nate Bryce. Appreciate it. Someone said, all in pre-ace in the window. God. A lot of people in the chat wondering about that folded ace king.
I mean,
I don't know,
a lot
man.
of people don't get to play this deep a stack poker.
That,
like the
that
game
too. It's
is very different than playing this kind of 100, 150 big blind, no limit hold'em, where you can just rip it with ace king and be like, all right, whatever. I ran
Yeah.
into kings.
yeah.
Like these guys are playing for thousands of big blinds, where your decisions are a little different.
Yeah, when you're sitting like 300 plus big blinds deep, it's not as simple. Like ranges become so much more narrow because you can do things like 4 and 5 bet without being all of your money in. So it gets a little squirrely when you get into the 4 and 5 bet ranges of people. I think ace king really is just like you're literally hoping to chop. Everything else you're a dog against, including queens, even if it is a slight flip. And now you're playing for 40 grand on a flip.
Right.
That's like
You want to avoid those spots.
you kind of want to avoid those spots a little bit. It's like you don't want to pile that much money in when your edge is that small. Like you're taking a big gamble on very minimal odds, even if somehow by some miracle you are ahead. Like I can't. Like JC, I mean he's played solid poker tonight, but like I don't think he's 5-betting ace jack ever or ace queen ever. Most 99% of poker players are not. So it's yeah.
Interesting. I mean, this is why the stream is entertaining for me. It's like those spots don't happen as much at the lower stakes, and so it's
No,
just
not
an
at all.
interesting thing to talk through.
Yeah, just because most of the time by the time it gets to a 4-bet at low stakes, you're already all in anyway.
Right.
So there's no more decisions.
And there's
to
a
be made.
simplicity there where it's like, all right, at a certain point, I'm just going to get it in with ace king, and sometimes it's going to go well, other times it won't. But here, I mean, the implications are, I mean, it's just so much more money on the line.
Yeah. Someone in the chat says, so saying that, is there ever a spot fold king when sitting this deep? Yeah. I mean, it's normally entirely player dependent. It's not, in theory, no. Normally, in theory, you're just supposed to stack off aces v kings almost every time, but, you know, player dependent, you can do things that are exploitative, you know? And like if someone 7-bet jams on you, yeah, that's probably a fold. Or even 6-bet jams on you, that's probably a fold. It's like, what else is in that range? Nothing, unless they're a maniac. 5 on the end here is going to be the best of it. Checker, checker, and it is good. Daryl Pyramid, would queens ever make that bet? Would you call queens with ace king? Probably not. It comes down to risking that much money at only a very slight. I mean, first of all, you're flipping behind with ace king against queens anyway, so yeah, no. There's like some merit to jamming to get queens to fold, but like that's a big gamble.
Again, it's
right
very
there.
optimistic.
That's a gamble right there. You have, like if you think someone is capable of 5-betting queens, yeah, maybe you can start getting to the point where you're.
You need to have some real
Jamming.
hours put in with a person, though, to have an understanding to make a play like that, I think.
Yeah.
Bond just didn't have the info to be able to consider. Like JC specifically never has queens there.
He's just been waiting on a water for a while.
Zach Voorhees, should you be 4-betting more often then if people are folding ace king? Yes, that's exactly why you should be 4-betting more often, because sometimes, I mean, it really depends on who's at the table. A lot of people don't fold enough, So it depends. But if you're sitting at a table with good players, yeah, ace king makes its way into the 4-bet range pretty often for reasons that we just saw. So a lot of variables in this game. You know?
Yeah,
So it's like
that's what makes it so awesome is that there's no perfect answer, but there are a lot of things that you can consider to help you have an educated
it's
guess or response.
poker is like educated guessing incarnate. Like that's really what the game is. You're guessing. And we saw a pure float from here. No. Matt bet, excuse me, with the ace. 8, and JD just happened to have a K. Checking to give up here.
JD probably is trying to think if he can get value from a
You can get value.
6,
Yeah, from a 6.
7s and 8s.
10s. 10s and jacks maybe.
600 for thin value. Matt thinking about, can I get JD off of this? JD so far has not been playing that aggressively tonight. Matt, on the other hand, has been playing super aggressive in these spots. But he's just going to call, trying to have a hero call, and JD got what he wanted.
Got paid off by ace
Look,
high.
I'm a JD fan. This man plays every different type of player pretty much the optimal way most of the time. And maybe you already commented on this, but what do you think about a call there?
No, I really don't. I really don't see much
Now the
reason to
pot's
call there.
bloated.
Yeah, because the thing is with ace king is like if you call and whiff the flop, there's no ace or king. It doesn't matter. It literally doesn't matter what your opponent has. If they bet, you fold because the SPR is so low you can't stack off with ace high. The only unless you get it all in the flop and you want to call still drawing your ace. The thing is like with ace king exactly an unpaired hand, you want to realize all of your equity. So in that spot, Bond is either jamming or folding. I don't really see much merit to calling out of position. If in position, we can talk about it, given the odds that you're getting, pot odds wise, and player dependency. But like out of position, even if your opponent is occasionally 5-betting ace queen, it's like you're going to get blown off that a lot, just because they're going to barrel the flop because they're in position. They just print money against you in position. Calling out of position a 5-bet, rarely ever profitable. And if it is, it's like so marginally so that you probably don't ever have to do it anyway. And you're not losing much by not. So
Matt with 3-5
wow,
again,
dude,
binking
and he
3 on the
can't
turn.
Lose with it. And a
5!
and another boat.
And JD's got 4s and 5s, bro.
Oh my God. Make it a big bet, please. 250.
Okay. This is not. This is fine. This hand is. This man has played 3-5 every chance he's gotten and has won all 3 times. JD making sure that he's beat. Weird hand. And Matt's going to take his 3rd hand with 3-5 down. That's so funny.
Yeah, they are a bit thicker. Thank you. They're like the opposite of our top cards.
15 minutes remain. We are 20 likes away from our 550 goal. This would be super sick. We've got over 1,000 people watching. Thank you to everybody out there in YouTube land watching the stream tonight. We've enjoyed talking poker, bourbon, significant others. You know, we got the full gamut.
We got the full package
Here at TCH Live. Ben K and Greg P with you as always. Thanks for hitting that like button for us and subscribing to the channel. Hope you've enjoyed it. Only do so if you've enjoyed it. We don't want any forced likes or subscribes, but every little bit counts.
Kyle Z, happy holidays from OKC.
Back at you, Kyle Z.
Absolutely.
Hope you're enjoying time with family, I'm assuming, up there.
Yeah.
OKC, Bricktown. Jason calls 350 after Beck raised the button with ace-10 off. I wonder if Kyle Z's up there tormenting people at, what's that, Riverwind? Is that OKC? Like ace, king, 7, 2 diamonds. A Broadway drawback over spades for Jason and top pair with a 10.
I think he's actually just from OKC.
sit in a tree just be patient.
Remembering correctly, he may not even be playing up there. But if he is, he's torturing people, that's for sure.
Bex bets 700. Jason might get sticky. He can catch a 10 or a spade. He does call.
Hayden asked about some good study cools. Check out a lot of free stuff on YouTube, though a lot of poker content is kind of you get what you pay for. So you might, vlogs are kind of helpful if you're like really, really introductory. Oh man, Bex is ripping in here. Let's go, baby. Let's go. And Jason's now already in the mouth. He's already gone. But yeah, there's poker coaching websites like Jonathan Little's got great stuff, but it's pay to play kind of stuff. Just really.
If you've got an Audible account, he's got a few good audiobooks that I've listened to.
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
That are basically free with the Audible account. We surpassed 550. We hit our goal, our supreme goal. This was a pretty significant amount of likes we've hit tonight. Thank you to everybody.
Yeah, appreciate it, guys.
Helping us keep our jobs tonight.
Mark on the track, you kind of decide, like, we're going to run this one first and see what happens. And then trying to find the freshest ones or the one you think are the biggest for you or whatever.
Sure. You see a big track, you're like, hey, let's go at this.
Yeah, and they, all the old guys got like,
Base of 400.
superstition, but like, they try to read the tracks.
Yeah, you can do that. You can still have people here.
Call.
Let's see. We got Neil opened up ace-9 and +1. JC just calls with the 10s. I like just to call here. And JD, Quadrack in the small blind. Going to go for the squeeze. Gets kind of dicey here with a +1 open and a call. But he is going to go for it. Might get a little more credits than normal, given that he shouldn't be 3-betting here too often.
You definitely can learn a lot from free content, but there's also a structured way to do it where you can pay a little bit to have a really good overall improvement of your game.
Yeah.
Like there's a couple like module-based training that is like $100 or something that are gonna pay for itself in your first month.
Right.
That is like systematically gonna take you from beginner to at least intermediate as comes deuce 3-8, 2 diamonds, JD with 2 overs, and JC with an overpair.
JD gonna barrel here up in range, but JC's got a pair, man. Hard to get people off of overpairs.
$1,200 in a call.
How about a king?
King on the turn.
JD's gotta go for it on this one.
Yeah, JD knows this card is way better for him after 3-betting pre, and he gets to use this card to his advantage. But also, we've seen JD play somewhat of a different style tonight. He's also against the guy that's running the most pure all night. So that has an effect on people, and he is going to check it, maybe check, give up.
Very surprised to see this check here. This card is just so good for JD that it's surprising that he puts in the check, and he unfortunately now has like no, there's almost no bet that a pair is going to fold to, and certainly not an 8.
6,200 in this pot. He would have to make it pretty saucy here on the end.
I mean, I guess the diamond draw did come in, but the board is also paired.
And he's just going to check, give up. I think JD is not feeling it tonight. So a rare, maybe missed opportunity for JD. JC continuing his sun run tonight. Congrats to him. He's doing pretty well. He's got 8 minutes left to see if he can book a win or not. And my money's on him.
Well, Lawson says, what modules training do you recommend? Actually,
I used the Upswing Lab for a while, which, based on how I learned things, was pretty good because it basically handholds you through.
Yeah, I will say Salt for Y also has a lot of modules, and I quite shamelessly am going to plug that being an affiliate of Software, I get a piece if you use my code. So if you want to know, send me an email.
Way to be transparent about
Yeah.
that. Yeah, I've used Upswing Lab, which is like Doug Polk's deal, and then I've used Jonathan Little's, which was helpful in its own right. They have some pretty helpful videos and quizzes and stuff. And that's just, it's almost like a necessity to go through some of those because people are thinking about the game so much differently from when, like 10 years ago, even like maybe 5 years ago.
Yeah.
And you got to kind of stay current on that if you want to have any kind of edge in any of these games. And so that takes a little bit of investment, but like it's an investment. It's not like a leisure thing. It's like going to school. I mean, if this is your thing, you want to play for profit, you got to do what it takes to get an edge, a legal edge. Deuce of clubs on the turn. Neil's with the only set. Neil has the only club. Excuse me. I think Neil may be realizing that 5K might not have been enough for this game.
Yeah, 5K is, that's a shorty. That's a short stack for sure. That's going to just go for the pure barrel bluff. Neil with a club draw. Not loving it. Super short stacks as well. I think Matt is prepared to rip the river if Neil calls here, and there is no club. That's the one. Can't move with king high.
And Neil with only 2,000 behind.
Yeah, I think Matt's just going to rip it here. There it is. Put it in.
Nice.
Get out of my pot, man.
If Neil finds a call here, this will be a very quick way to earn some respect from
no
the
kidding.
commentators. Because you
No
have to
kidding,
dodge
man.
everything,
That's-
bro.
You're literally hoping Matt has like exactly what he has.
He's thinking it through. I don't know if this is an act or if he's. I mean, he doesn't have a ton behind, so and two to win 56.
Yay.
Ooh, I'd love to see a call here, bro. Don't do it.
Oh,
man.
and Matt gets it done.
Show the 4.
Yeah, show the 4. The 4 would be great.
Nice hand. Kind of played itself, but Matt played pretty close to perfect tonight. JC winning 20,000, Matt winning 6,600. Same amount as Bond. Bond lost a big portion of his profit in a couple hands. When I mentioned Bart's content, he's got some, I mean, even his like call-in show that's free on YouTube has helped me just like to hear kind of higher level discussion about low stakes poker, low to mid stakes, I guess.
Yeah, and lately he's been doing a lot of 510, 1020 for his videos.
Yeah, and I mean, smart guy. And so it's not for everybody because it is kind of,
Pretty theory dense.
yeah. But if you're trying to learn that thing.
Yeah.
Oh, look at these
my
hands,
God,
bro.
Dude. How
So-
many times are we going to see kings tonight?
Matt raised it to 300. Couple calls in between with legitimate hands, and Addy with kings is going
Bumping
to
it.
bump it to 2,000.
Big bet, though.
Matt is the type of guy that could 4-bet ace-4 suited,
Especially
but he's
being
going to
Steve.
open. Okay, just making me a liar.
Yeah, I mean, Addy squeezed pretty gigantic here. Like, even if you do the correct sizing, out of position, 3x plus yada yada, it's that's a big bet. But it doesn't matter because if Phil's gonna call you,
Addy getting
make it,
exactly what he wants.
make it as big as you want, buddy. Queen high board. Uh-oh.
Oh, King, Queen, 9. Top set for Addy and top 2 for Phil, bro. Addy's got
no.
9,400 behind.
Don't you dare check, Addy.
Can we
Thank
see
you.
a 20K plus pot here?
Oh, man. Oh, big
So
bet. I
Phil
actually like
overcalls
this.
pre, and unfortunately,
Dude, all this money's going in, and Phil is going to just puke.
he's had a rough couple
He's-
beats tonight.
He's drawing to runner straight for a chop.
So brutal.
Like, your hand
Or
is
running
literal
queens for
dust.
I'm trying to. I can't even say words. Running queens for quads.
Yeah, man. All in a snap call. Oh, my God. Oh, man. That's awful. That's rough. Doesn't matter. Once, twice. Run it a million times.
99 to 1% equity, bro. Run it
2 times.
2 turns,
Oh,
2
my
rivers
Lord.
for
Oh,
$24,000.
dude, no way. Okay.
Okay,
I
deuce of
was
clubs
like,
on the end.
no
1 for
way.
Addy. It's
Addy
nice
can't-
to win the first one.
Addy can't love seeing the. Oh, dude.
10 of clubs? Are you serious? Is this going to come?
Okay. I was like, dude.
Oh, my gosh,
He had
dude.
the 2 best possible chances of running it for a chop and just didn't get it. Oh, man.
What a cooler.
What a cooler.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Is this a cooler? I
It
don't
is
know.
a cooler.
$24,000 pot. Kings versus King Queen suited
Yeah. Pre-flop, not a cooler at all. Post-flop, absolutely.
for the local hero Addy.
Oh, man.
Golly.
Good Lord. What that's probably going to be our last hand, yeah? Like, what a last hand.
Gosh.
Jeez.
1 ticket to the pain train. It's on tonight at TCH Live. Are you not entertained?
Does
Oh
that deserve a like?
Oh, my
Pop it
gosh.
up. We got 2 minutes. Get it to 600 for that
I
one.
think that deserves a like, right?
Oh, my gosh. Blah. Yeah, someone said Ace Jack would have smashed both hands. Yeah, would have. That would have been rough. Man, that's gross.
And this is on top of the deuces full hand that Phil lost earlier.
Oh, God, he is just getting cooler out of his mind.
Now, you know, can you fold King Queen suited for a huge 3-bet pre? I think so.
I think so too.
You know, it's a little results oriented, but sheesh.
92.5. I'm sorry, I left it.
And also with those boards, Addy, before the cards are flipped over, probably thinks like, well, there's a chance
Oh yeah,
I'm no
I mean,
good here with
yeah,
4
it's
clubs
like
out here, 4 to straight.
Jack 10, man. Jack 10 could have just flopped the nuts. My Lord, man. What's... And Phil, like, just reloaded, too, man. Like, I mean, it doesn't matter because
Sheesh,
Addy...
dude.
I think he would have had Addy covered either way.
Addy
but
cleaned up the game last week and is continuing.
Addy's up like 30 grand in 2 weeks.
Golly, it's all that charity coming back to him.
Yeah, man. Good God.
Jay Fran Man says, I would have folded King Queen after that flop, knowing he had pocket kings. Addied up. That's right.
Oh.
So that sucked the wind out of this table a bit. That's a pretty brutal beat.
Yikes. Oh, baby.
JD with ace jack of clubs and 28,000. Hey, props to Phil though for just taking it in stride.
Yeah,
and it's
taking
like
on the
just
chin,
another day
man.
in the office, bro.
Yep.
Neil's got 8s and 2,000 behind.
Can't sit down expecting to keep your money all the time. And yeah, I like Neil's jam here. May as well just rip it. Why not? Get Bond out of there. Get a heads up with JD if you can. I'm calling from JD. Yeah, let's go, baby. Why not? I'll gamble. I'll gamble with you. Getting the odds. Barely, but you are.
$4,000 pot here. First real significant hand for Neil to be involved in. $8 in the door.
Oh, in the door. Done. How about a double? How about, well, yeah, double of his current stack. And ace jack is dead. King on the end. How about 8's full? That's a good result. Shoving
Wow,
with
yeah,
8s.
it's optimal. Yeah, not a great night results-wise for JD. I mean, he's not losing much, but also just haven't been able to get much going.
Yeah.
So it's 10. Looks like we're still playing.
King, queen, and it works. When you have the king, queen.
I got the king queen and I call 2,000 and then I hit king queen. How you like that, Lou?
It's probably just give me another shot. Just give me
We got 3 more hands, I'm being told.
Okay, cool. It's a little free overtime. Y'all deserve it for
guys
getting us
deserve
to
it.
600 likes.
Yeah, you guys got the likes in
preemptively.
there.
Ten, 9, 8. Bex flops a straight with Jack 7.
Really, does he?
With JC, his nemesis, on his right.
Top pair.
Betting a call. Bex trapping a bit. 8 of diamonds. Not a great card for Jack 7 trapping with the Jack high straight. And JC's going to continue betting. Now Bex probably only has 1 play. 600 and a call. King of diamonds on the river. And he's probably going to get the max now from...
Check, check. Check, check.
I did not like that. But it wasn't going to get much anyway.
We reached 600 likes. Let's go.
Wait, 2 more hands and then a flip. Two more regular hands and then we'll do
Amber's saying there's 2 hands remaining
Everyone
And a
puts
flip.
500 in,
and then a $500 flip.
Run it out.
no action yet.
No skill.
$100 straddle. They were doing 250 earlier, sometimes they'll do 500.
The last one's 500. Yeah, last one's 500. Yeah, Shadow?
Yeah, straddle. I thought you were trolling. I thought you were just playing.
No.
Last one's good.
Jason with the jiggities.
Just limping.
There's an odd.
Oh, man, he just knew. He just knew that Neil's got the ladies.
Neil's got to pay for his $500 flip here, and so he's going to bump it.
600 big bets.
Imagine all the money goes in pre Jason.
I don't know. I have a feeling Jason's going to say, I hate this hand, and fold. Matt, the ace 4.
Don't you
Oh,
dare.
I didn't even realize Phil behind 8-5. He might go for the back raise. He did just limp.
Started with 4,000.
There it is. Back raise, 2,500.
All in.
Matt is like, well, I'm just trying to.
Total is like 335. You said you started with 4?
I mean, he's got 30% equity with the ace and the suited wheel.
But he
And
knows he's probably.
he's got to play for stacks against Jason, who's got another 8.8 behind. Pretty gross. Probably, yeah, just a fold for sure. But, you know, and Jason just calls, snaps it.
$8,700 pot. This could get Neil in the black in the last 2 hands of the night.
He's, oh, dude.
Queen.
Ace-
Drawing to his king or a jack, right?
And king only, jack.
Jack.
Yeah,
Oh,
well,
Jack doesn't do it for you. You
yeah,
have a
that
set.
sucks. They both have a set. Man, that's gross.
Yeah, not a jack. Not a jack. It's been a long
That's
night.
so gross.
So, Neil, congrats, dude. Sit down at the table last hour of the game and
Just
winning
run it.
4,000.
Run it up, man. Run it up.
Easy game when you get queens versus jacks. Sheesh. Nice hand, Neil.
Flipping money.
That's what I was saying earlier. It's like you gotta earn your flip money.
You're good.
Nope. Jason might be a little
So we have 10 of diamonds.
tilty after that one. I might be. first roll, like we've only got like 2 hands. You know, you lose it. It's the short stack. Fill in there with the 9-6 offsuit.
JC's got ace king once again.
Raise is 600. Fold. And we have a call.
Dylan getting in some gamble, baby, and does not get rewarded. JC probably going to see bet this like 100% of the time. Does indeed. Small bet. Love it. And 9-6 is out of it.
Get out of the way. Phil came to play. Phil is not here to fold. Phil came here to play some poker hands. So $500 PLO flip. Neil thinking about it.
And it's optional.
It's like JC's deciding to book a win, and he's getting up from the table. Fun stream tonight, everyone. Thank you to everybody that's tuned in. We reached 611 likes.
That's pretty good. That's pretty damn good.
That's pretty damn good for you and I in this booth together.
Yes, indeed.
Thank you again to everybody that hit subscribe for us and stuck with us all 4 hours.
You can go to the bathroom if you want.
You can still go to the bathroom.
Go to the bathroom.
Yeah, you don't have to play anything.
Yeah, as long as your money's in there, you could walk away and come back to a pile of chips. You never know.
Yeah.
Be a nice surprise.
And so there's a lot of money in this pot.
There's a lot of money. There's $4,500 in this pot. This is a night-changing pot right here.
That's right.
Bond's like, I got 2 suited cards. King Trey, how about an ace of spades in the door? Ace, queen, queen. What do we got?
Does JC have?
Oh, JC just
Flops
flops quads.
This man
Oh, dude.
clearly
God, man.
running like
What?
his namesake.
What a night for this guy. He started with like 5K.
He started with 5K and he just won another buy-in.
Oh, my God.
And he almost wasn't going to play the flip.
Yeah, dude.
That's the sicko thing. At the last minute, he
man.
throws in the 500.
Oh,
Dude,
man.
what a great stream.
Oh, my God.
All right, y'all. Thanks for watching this episode of TCH Live. It's been Ben K and Greg P with you. We'll be back tomorrow night at 6 p.m. Central Time. Until then, hope everybody has a great night and a happy New Year.
Come on, JD.